Good morning, Jay. New Year.
Yes, hello. Hello?
Yes, Jay. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I think everybody, all the classrooms are there, and everybody is there. Philadelphia, can you hear me?
Said bhai, good morning. You can
Good
hear
morning. Okay, so everything is set to go Atlantic City?
Yes, sir, we're here.
Okay, and I know Brooklyn.
Assalamu alaikum, yes, sir, we are here.
Okay, great. Yes, Jay, we are set to go.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, guys, good morning. So, many of you guys got grades for homework 1 and quiz 1, okay? What's happened is we have a team of TAs, okay? These are a group of about 5 people that are helping me do the grading, okay? So they're the ones that were looking at, at my answers and comparing it to what you guys provided for both the homework and the quiz 1. The grading as far as the quiz 1 was concerned, they were a little bit more strict than they were on the homework. Reason being is that you could have used your notes and your, Google and everything like that on the quiz. So you had, the ability to look at all the stuff, and all the questions that I had asked on the quiz came from my notes, from my PowerPoint notes, and from, things that I mentioned in class. Okay. There really wasn't anything on there that was separate or, different from what I've mentioned in class or what we've gone over in class. And same thing for the homework. Homework was pretty, it should have been pretty self-explanatory, pretty straightforward. Okay. If you did not receive a grade, there's a couple of reasons why. One, you didn't email homework at People in Tech. Okay. Two, if you did, you didn't provide your student ID in the subject of the email, so we had no way of knowing who you were. Okay. So it's going to be very important that you provide this information to us. One thing that I did want to go over is from now on the format for submitting the quizzes and the homeworks. Okay. So all homework and quizzes will be submitted to homework at People in Tech. Okay? Homework at peopleintech.com.
Hey, Jay. I submitted a book last time with my D2 homework at People in Tech.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. By tonight, everyone should have a grade. Everyone that has submitted and followed these instructions. Okay? Yeah, you'll get a reply to your email.
Homework 1 was submitted to the board.
Homework, yeah. Sorry. Homework 1, most people will not get a grade for it. I'll based on your student ID, I'll send out grades through the forum. Okay, but because it was submitted through the forum, most people won't get a grade for homework 1. But homework 1, almost everyone did pretty well on it, so there's no reason for concern there. For quiz 1, you all submitted through the to homework at People in Tech, and so you should get a reply for that. If you haven't already and you follow these instructions that I'm going over right now, you should get one. You should get a grade by tonight. Okay. So all homework and quizzes are going to be submitted to homework at peopleintech.com. Previously, you were submitting homework to the forum, which is fine. Okay, you'll still get a grade. You'll still get credit for it. But from now on, any homeworks and any quizzes that you guys have will be submitted to homework at peopleintech.com. The subject of the email it must contain the your username as it appears on the People in Tech forum. So for example, for me, when I'm logged into the forum, this right here is my username as it appears on the forum. Okay? What I've highlighted up here, after the hey, this right here is how my username appears on the forum. This is what is going to be part of my subject, the first part of my subject. Okay? So all I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, and the subject will be this, and homework 2, or quiz 1, or quiz 2. Okay? So this is the format for that subject that needs to be there. Okay? You have to keep in mind the underscores and any spaces that are here. Okay? This is going to be really important because what we've done is we've split up all of you guys amongst the teachers' assistants, amongst the TAs, and so one TA is assigned to about 60 to 80 of you guys. Okay, so when you submit, they're getting sent the email right away. Okay, and if they don't get the email, they don't know where to go, where to look for, for your submission. Okay, so that's why it's important that you guys follow this format for submitting from now on. Okay, I understand there was I had explained a different format previously, right, which is fine. Okay, but from now on, all homeworks and all quizzes need to be submitted using this format. Okay, for the subject of the email, and all homeworks and all quizzes need to be submitted to homework@peopleintech.com.
What is
okay.
the second ID? We got only one ID.
Yeah, this is my ID. This is my example. Okay, this is how my username appears on the forum. Okay, other people's usernames, like for example, if I come in and I log in as test user 1. It says, hey, test user 1. So that's going to be part of my subject. Okay? However your username appears on the forum, that's what the subject needs to be for the email. Okay? So it's going to be test user 1 space homework 2 or quiz 2 or whatever it might be. Okay? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay. So once again, homework 1, you most likely won't receive a grade through an email because you didn't email it. You submitted the homework 1 on the forum. But for homework 2 and homework 2, you guys have already using a different format, which is fine. But from now on, the homework that I'm going to assign tomorrow and any homeworks going forward will be submitted using this format here. Okay. For homework 2 and homework 3 and going on, you will receive an email reply, okay, to your submission with your grade, okay. Go over the grading real quick. I'm not sure if it was explained during the orientation or not, but I'm going to go over it real quick again. Okay. So this is on the syllabus, which should be on the forum. If it's not, I'm going to post it tonight. So the People in Tech is certified from, it's a certified institute from the state of Virginia as a learning institute. And so they have their own grading scale and everything like that. So that's what we're incorporating over here. Okay. All the homeworks, there's going to be a homework every week. Okay. And each homework is going to be 100 points. There's going to be a quiz every other week, right? Again, everything is this is actually going to be 150 points each, the quizzes. Okay. So I'm going to update this rubric, but this is the grading scale that we're following. Pretty much everything is out of 100 points, and the quizzes are out of 150 points each. Okay. And this is the letter grades that are associated to each assignment. And this GPA scale over here is what's provided by the state of Virginia. So this is what we're following. Okay. At the end of the course, you guys will get a course completion certificate. Okay, and that'll have your grade and your GPA and everything on there. Okay. Is that clear? I'm going to post this online on the forum if it's not already posted. Okay. And is this clear? The way that you guys are going to be submitting the homework and the quizzes from now on, this format. This right here is very important. Okay. Over here, this is how my username appears on the forum. Okay. So when you submit, you must submit using the way that your username appears on the forum. Okay. However that might be. Okay. If there's any underscore, you need to include the underscore. Okay. If there's any spaces, you need to include the spaces, and so on. Okay. Some people have different formats. It doesn't matter. Okay. Just however it appears on the forum, that's what needs to go in the subject of the email that you submit. Okay. All right. That again, this 0037AD, that's just my username. That's part of my username as it appears. Okay, that's all. All right. As you can see here, test user 1, that's the username for test user 1. Okay, that's how it appears on the forum, and that's what needs to be posted as part of the subject. Okay. All right. Let's get started with ALM again. And do you guys remember where we left off?
Finished point 12.
We finished number 12. Calling a manual test with parameters. So we have to perform the requirement coverage. We didn't do this? We didn't link the requirements to the test cases? We did? Okay, we'll do that. And today we're going to get into prepare the MS Excel sheet for design stuff. We're going to get into this. Okay. So, all right. So we'll get to ALM. Any issues with the quizzes? If I will be posting the answers later on today for the quiz 1 and homework 1. You can compare your answers with what you got on quiz 1, with my answers on quiz 1, and you can see where there were issues. Okay. Do you guys remember what users we have? I'm sorry.
We're going to post it on this one.
Homework as well. Yeah. Okay. Do you guys remember the user that we were using? Yeah, it's user 1? No. Okay. Weekend batch, PNT forum, site users. Do you guys know who I was using here? Well, I was using Bob. Okay. Mary Jane. Who was okay? So Bob and Mary were project admins. So do you guys see how I figured that out? Right?
Yeah.
I came over here, I selected the project. I looked at project users. Right? I'm logged in as a site admin right now. Right? And I looked at who was a project administrator. So now I can come in and see. I'm going to log out of site admin. I'm going to go into the ALM platform. And I'm going to log in as Mary. Okay. And let's see here. Weekend batch is the domain. PNT forum is the name of the project, right? I'll log in. I just want to see who the BA is and who the tester is, right? Can't do that as a site admin. I need to log in as a project admin. Okay. How do I check the roles here? Tools. I'm logged in as a project admin, right? So tools and then what?
Customize.
And customize. Now what? I can see Mary's information. I'm logged in as Mary, so this is my information, right? What about the other people I come to? Project users, right? Right? And now I can select Bob and see his membership, right? So Bob is the developer, he's a QA lead, and he's the member of the TD admin. Jay, he's the tester. John was the developer. Mary was the project manager and the project administrator. So let's log in as Jay. Okay. Do you guys see what I just did there? Does that make sense? Right? Because now we're still going in, we're working as a tester right now, right? So I need to log in as a tester. Make sense? So Jay, I'm going to log in as Jay. All right.
If you click in return, just by logging out to the previous sign-on.
I'm sorry, say that again?
So when you click on the return button, I had several times at home that I didn't understand that. When you click on the return, so you get logging out into the previous
I think there's some issue here with this with the VMware. So when you click on return, it ends up logging you out. Generally, it's supposed to go back to the main page.
Oh, so okay. When you return, it takes you back to the...
It should take you back to the main page instead of logging you out. Okay. All right. So let's log in as Jay. All right. We can bash PNT forum. Log in. Okay. And you guys remember we had a couple of requirements here, right? Several requirements actually, right? And what did we do here? We only had one test case, or we had a couple of test cases. Awesome. Okay. Okay, awesome. So we got valid users can log in. Users with invalid credentials are not able to log in, so you have a couple test cases there. And authenticated users are able to create new posts, so we got that. And then, so what are we doing here? And I'm going to show you guys how to do this too, actually. Prepare the Excel sheets. Okay. So here, performing requirement coverage, traceability, or linking test to requirement. You guys, so let's see, where do we do that? We've done that here, right? Requirement coverage. You guys remember this? Right? Where we map the test case to the requirement. Why is that important, guys?
So we know like which test is done.
So we know which test is done. No, well, we know which test is done by looking at the test plan section and seeing, looking at the test cases here. Or if you mean executing the test cases, we can tell that when we come over here and we look at our execution grid. We can see if we've executed a test case, we can see the status of that, which we're going to do today. Okay? So we can see if it's done by going through these things. But what is the purpose of mapping the requirements to the test cases?
We can show you the kind of what requirements we have for.
Right. And where is that information shown? Where is that? What is that document called? Traceability matrix, the requirement traceability matrix, right? RTM, right? This is the information that's going to go on that RTM, right? We're going to create that RTM. Why? Because we want to be able to prove to the customer that the requirement, that the functionality that they requested that was present in the requirements is actually present in the application, right? we're creating that proof document, right? That's what the RTM is. So this information, right, that this test case is mapped to this requirement, this information will be put on that requirement traceability matrix. Tomorrow I'm going to show you how to generate a bunch of these documents, a bunch of these reports. Okay. So one of them will be the requirement traceability matrix. We'll also generate a couple of test results reports, things like that. Okay. So that's what this is doing, right? We're mapping each test case to the requirement. So we have here, authenticated users are able to search further members of the forum through the search functionality, right? This says not covered. Why? Because we haven't covered it yet with a test case, right? Are these requirements or are these test cases, guys? These are requirements. How can you tell? One way is the symbol right here, right? Also, we're in the requirements module, right? Make sense? Also, it says requirements here, or it says requirements here, right?
You highlight it to the requirement.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's see. Valid users can log in. Oops, sorry. Double click that by mistake. Valid users can log in. Okay, so that's been covered. How can I tell if there's requirement coverage? With this green dot, right, or this green asterisk right here, right? I know that I've used parameters. I know that I've used design steps, right, because of these green dots. I know there are no attachments because there's no green dot here, right? Make sense? Okay, so this also has requirement coverage, and this also has requirement coverage, and this also has requirement coverage. Okay, so I'll do, let's see. What I'll do is I'll delete this and I'll map it again. Okay, just to show you guys. Authenticated users can create new posts, right? So this test case needs to be mapped to a requirement. How do I go about doing that? I'm going to come here, select requirement, right? Again, remember I'm in the test plan section. Okay. So I click on select requirement, and I'm going to come down and I'm going to select the requirement. Not the folder, but the requirement itself, right? Now, which requirement would this be under? So this is under forum activities. I can see that, right? So I'm going to open up this one. And then this is forum posts, right? And then over here, I can see authenticated users are able to create new posts. And I can't read all. I come here, click and drag. Authenticated users are able to create new posts, right? What about this one? Authenticated users can create a new post with an attachment. Is that what this test case is? No. No. Authenticated users are able to reply to a post. Is that what this one is? No. This is simply authenticated users can create a new post. So that's this one right here, the one that's highlighted. So I'm going to highlight it, and I'm going to come here and click on the green arrow, right? And now it's here. And the requirement coverage has been done. Okay? Is that clear, guys? Make sense? Okay. All right. So prepare the Excel sheets for design steps. Okay. So we're going to come back to the Excel sheet. We're going to do that today. Okay. Let's continue on with actually executing some of these test cases. Okay.
Before we do that,
We did that yesterday. Last time?
No, we didn't.
No, we didn't. Right?
Can you go over to step number 10, please?
Step number 10. Create template tests. Okay. So what is the purpose of a template?
So you don't have to keep rewriting the steps. They're the same.
You don't have to keep rewriting the steps if they're the same steps, right? We saw last time here for authentication, for example, right? We have valid users can log in, right? And the first step is OpenIE. Second step is navigate to the forum.piit.us. Then third step is enter that valid user ID, then enter that valid password, and then click on the login button, and then we can close the browser, right? That's the test for a valid user can log in, right? And then user enters invalid user ID and password. launch IE, navigate to that URL, enter an invalid user, and click on the login button, right? This is actually a negative test. Well, what we can do here, right? Where do we use that template? We use it here. Okay. So authenticated users create a new post, right? The first step needs to be opening the browser, then navigating to the URL, right? Then entering the username, entering the password, clicking on the login button, right? These 5 steps or so are going to be repeated every time we need to do anything within the forum, right? Every time we need to send a message, we need to search for something, we need to make a post. Anything that we need to do within the forum, we need to log in to be able to do it, right? Does that make sense? So those steps to log in will be repeated every time, right? So instead of writing out those 5 steps over here as part of each test case, what I've done is I've created a template test, okay? I've named it login template test. And all that is a set of 6 steps, right? And actually here, this last step right here, closing the browser, we're not going to close the browser here, okay? I'm going to delete this step. Yeah? Are you sure you want to delete the design step? Yes. Why did I delete that last step of closing the browser?
Because you're going to be adding on to it.
Because I'm going to be going on after that. I'm going to log in and then I'm going to do some other stuff, right? It's not that I'm going to log in and then I'm going to close the browser, right? That defeats the purpose of logging in, right? So, as part of this template test, the first step is going to be to open the browser. Next, I'm going to navigate to the forum. Then I'm going to enter the valid user ID and enter the valid password, and then I'm going to click on the login button, right? And then, once these 5 steps are completed, then I'm going to move on to this step, right? Which is click on SDLC Quality Center, then click on this, then enter the topic subject, then enter the text in the body, click on post, and then finally here I'm going to be closing the browser, right? You guys see that? Make sense? So the purpose, again, for a template test is to help us in our testing, okay, in designing our tests, right? We're trying to make our lives easier so that we don't have to keep writing the same steps over and over and over again, right? Are we still going to be doing these steps when we execute the test case? Of course, right? The first, if we don't do this step right here, where are we going to click on the SDLC Quality Center link? That link doesn't appear anywhere. The browser isn't even open. We are not on the forum. We're not logged into the forum, right? So we do need to execute those steps, right? Only thing is we're saving ourselves time in designing our test case and writing out these steps. We don't have to keep writing them out, okay? We will still be executing the same steps over and over again, okay? Does that make sense, guys? Okay. So, number 13, everyone's clear on this, right? All we're doing is we're mapping the test cases to the requirements, right? Why are we doing that? Because we want to be able to create that RTM, that requirement traceability matrix, right? Mapping the test cases to the requirements provides the information that will be put on that RTM, right? And that RTM is used for what? One of the reasons is to be able to show to the client that the functionality that they've requested is actually present in the application, right? We're able to prove to the client that what they've asked for is there in the application, right? Okay. So we're going to skip. Whoa. No. We're going to skip these 2 for right now. We're going to come back to it, and we're going to come here and create test sets in the test lab section. Okay. Any idea what a test set might be? It's similar to a test suite, yeah. Okay. You guys remember what a test suite was?
Just that logically go together.
Yeah, tests that logically go together, right, can be put together in a test suite, right? A test set is simply something that we create in the test lab section. So now, up till now, what we've done is we've created our requirements within ALM, right? Then we come over to test plan. We converted those requirements. You guys remember how we were playing around with the conversion, right? You guys remember that, right? So we converted those requirements into cases. We created test cases over here, right? We designed those test cases by adding the design steps, adding parameters, right? We created some template tests for reusable steps, right? We mapped the requirements to these test cases, right? That's what we've done pretty much so far, right? Now we're going to go and execute the test. We have not executed anything. No testing has actually happened yet. All we've done is we have prepared to test, okay? We have simply designed our testing, our test cases, okay? So now we're going to come over to our test lab section, okay? And we can see here, there's nothing here, okay, other than this default thing here, which we can't delete, so we can leave that alone, okay? What we're going to do is within the root folder, we're going to create another folder here, right? And I forgot the folder structure actually, so let's see what we got here. Okay, so we have requirements, or actually we have weekend test cases, and then we have requirements, and then authentication. So let's do, well, we're going to execute this valid users can log in test case, okay? Actually, no. Let's execute this one. Authenticated users can create a post. We'll execute this one, okay? So, we have weekend test cases, requirements, and then within that we have forum activities. So in our root, let's create a folder. Weekend test. Okay. And then within that, what we have is requirements and then forum activities.
Both folders can be same, or we have to change it?
Sorry?
The folder name should be same.
The folder, so the way that I generally do this, I like to keep the same folder structure, right? Just so that it doesn't matter where I am, whether I'm in the test lab section, the test plan section, requirement section, right? I always know exactly where I am as far as my testing is concerned, right? I know which requirement I'm testing, you know, which test case I'm looking at, which test case I'm trying to design, which test case I'm trying to execute, right? That's why I try to keep the same folder structure, because this way, within forum activities, if I come here, okay, I'm in forum activities, so I know I'm working within this area, right? And then the requirements, okay, I know I'm working somewhere within this area. Does that make sense? Right? The mapping will be there. The mapping will be done, right, between the test cases and the requirements. But that information will be presented in a report in the RTM, right? But I want to be able to see that information as I'm designing, as I'm working within ALM, right? I don't want to have to keep generating that RTM just to see what's going on and where I am, right? So that's why I try to keep the same folder structure. It's not required, right? Different organizations will have different requirements, different ways to organize your test cases and different ways to test executions and things like that. Yeah.
Is that folder a child of the requirement?
Forum activities is a child of the requirements, yes. Requirements is a child of the weekend test cases. This parent-child relationship between folders, right? This is not something just within ALM. This is just a simple folder structure. If you guys come and look at my computer and you look at, so we have UFT, right? Within UFT we have this bin folder, right? Bin, right? This bin folder is a child of the UFT folder. And this UFT folder is a child of the C drive. Okay? That concept of a parent-child relationship between the folder structure, that's there, you know, that's part of Windows. That's part of almost any kind of operating system that you guys might be working with. Okay? Okay. No, Saki Promi, is there any way we can import folder of a test lab from the test plan? No. Generally, this is how we're going to do it, okay? The way that we can convert the requirements in the test cases and bring them over, we can't do the same thing with the test cases to the test lab section, okay? So within forum activities, we have forum post and forum search, right? So let's create these two folders. Actually, sorry. We have forum posts. Yeah, that's fine. Sorry. Okay. And then within forum posts, now we have a couple of different. We have different folders here, right? Authenticated users are able to create new posts. So what we're going to do is, in the test lab section, we're going to create a new set. We'll call it Authenticated Users Can Create a New Post. Okay? And the status we'll say is open. Opening date is today. Okay? We'll leave that alone. So the reason that there's nothing else here is because as a project admin, we haven't come in and we haven't customized this window. So we all know how to customize these things now, right? We showed you how to do it with the defect window. It's the same concept that you would apply to any of these other windows within ALM. Does that make sense? Okay. Click OK. So now we have created a test set, right? Within this, we can add our test cases, right? We see the details. This is what I've just created, what I just filled in, right, on that window. And then in the execution grid, right, we have some sort of a table here, a chart, right? This is where we're going to add our test cases that we want to execute. This is where we're going to add our test cases to this test set, okay? We're going to come here, select tests, open it up, see the test plan tree, right? Open up the folder structure, forum activities, forum posts, and here we go. Okay? This is the same folder structure that we have in our test plan section. That's why this is called the test plan tree, right? Make sense?
So it automatically comes here from there.
No. Well, when I press on the arrow, then it's going to come over here.
No, but it's just an tree.
This test plan tree is just showing what's in the test plan section. Okay? This requirements tree is simply showing what's in the requirements section up here. Okay? It's showing the requirements over here. We're working with the test cases, so we're in the test plan tree, and we're going to highlight the specific test case that we want, and come and click on the green arrow. Then we can close this. And we see here the information. The test name is this, right? Authenticated users create a new post. It's a manual test. The status here is no run because we haven't executed it. We haven't run the test yet. And we can see some other information here. The responsible tester is Jay. And if we have any of this other information filled in, this information would be filled in over here, right? So now we have added a test case to this test suite, to this test set, right? Okay. Now, so now we are ready to actually execute our testing, okay, at this point, okay? All we're going to do is come up here and click on Run. Right? Before I continue this, so we have created test sets in the test lab section. We've done that. Imported test cases, we're going to do that. We're going to skip over that right now. That's when we're working with Excel. We'll talk about that in a few minutes. Execute the test sets in the test lab section. This is what we're doing right now. Okay. So we clicked on Run. And now this window pops up, Manual Runner Test Set. And this is the name of the test set, right? So we're going to come and we're going to click on Begin Run. Yes? Click on begin run. So the subject is this. This is the test. This is the test subject. Click OK. And then copy default values. Click OK. All right. So do you guys see what happened here? As part of step 1, what do we see here? OpenIE, right? What was step 1 here? Calling that login template, right? Make sense? So we're only going to write it one time, but when we execute it, we're going to see those steps. Make sense? So step 1, OpenIE, okay? All right, that's great. And OpenIE description is that. Expected result was Internet Explorer is open. Actual result is Internet Explorer was opened. Yes? Pass is selected. Right? Now we move on. Step 2 is navigate to forum.piit.us. Okay. All right. So over here, PNT. Oops. PNT forum login page opens, right? That's selected. Step 3, enter the valid user ID, right? Test user 1, right? Test user 1. I'm sorry. And so test user 1 is, appears in the user ID field. ID field in the center of the login page, right? Pass selected. Enter valid password, ABCD1234, right? Do I click on login? No. The step didn't say to do that, right? This step says only to enter the valid password. So I'm only going to enter that valid password, right? And I can see that the password appears as dots, and there are 8 dots, right? ABCD1234, there are 8 dots, right? Okay. Pass is selected. Another way I can pass it is coming up here. I just clicked over there, and now I can come here and select pass. Next step, step 5, click on the login button. Okay. And let's refresh. That's an issue with the forum. I have to keep refreshing the page. Okay. So forum homepage appears. That's right, it does. Hey, test user 1 appears in the top right corner of the page. Does it? Yeah, it does. And that logout button appears. Does it? Yes, it does. Okay. So forum homepage appeared. Hey, test user 1 appeared. And logout button appeared. Yeah? Pass. Select. Click on SDLC Quality Center. Okay. Users will click on SDLC Quality Center link located under the section titled People on Tech Action Items Submitted by Students. Okay. People on Tech Action Items Submitted by Students, SDLC Quality Center ALM. Okay. People on Tech Action Items Submitted by Students, then this little arrow thing, then SDLC Quality Center ALM, right? Do I see that here? The arrow thing, people in tech action items submitted by students, the arrow thing, SDLC Quality Center ALM. So that appears, right? So now what we need to do is just say, I'm going to highlight this. Copy, Control C. Oh, oops, sorry. Appears, right? That's fine. Pass is selected. Click on New Topic button. Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay. So, click on New Topic, and Start New Topic page will appear. Start New Topic page appears, right? Here. All right. Pass is selected. Enter the topic subject. That was what? This is a test subject, right? You see this? It's showing up as a parameter, but it's saying this is a test subject. You guys see that? Even though I use a parameter, right? Let's look at this. Subject, you see this over here? Subject. Well, when I run the test, I can see the actual value, right? This is a test subject, right? So I'm going to enter. This is a test subject, right? And this is a test subject will appear in the subject field. This is a test subject appears in the subject field, right? Pass is selected. User will enter blah, blah, blah in the body of the post, all right? Blah, blah, blah. And oops, blah, blah, blah is entered in the body of the post. Okay? Pass is selected. Click on Post. User will click on the Post button. Click on Post. Okay. So we can see people in tech action items submitted by students as DLC. This is a test post appears. So let's see what happens here. Yep. This is a test post. We see this, right? So that appears. Right? So let's copy this. Sorry.
That is subject and that is post.
Topic. This is a test post. Read 1 times. Appears as a section heading. There you go. Right? Read 1 times. That appears. So that's good. Let's copy that.
It should be post. This is a test post.
So when you're writing test cases, you don't have an application.
I made a mistake. Huh? I'm sorry?
You know, when you're writing test cases, you don't have the application. So how do you know about this will appear, this is not going to appear?
How do you know what the expected results are for the for each step?
Yeah.
That's what you're asking?
Yep.
You will know that based on the requirements. You will know that based on your understanding of the design documents. You will know that based on your communication and your collaboration with the business analysts and the developers. Does that make sense? Is that clear, guys? The question was, how do we know what the expected results would be if we don't have the application right now, right? So when we were creating this, we have the People in Tech forum available to us, right? So we can go in and we can see what the expected results should be, right? But what if we don't have the application available to us? How do we go about designing our test cases then with our expected results, right? Well, to do that, to figure out what the expected results are, we have to reference the requirements. We have to reference the design documents, right? We have to go back and collaborate with the business analysts, and we have to also talk to the developers. Okay? So when you execute the test, exactly. When you execute the test, the application has to be available. You cannot execute a test on an application that hasn't been made available to you. Okay? You have to, in order to actually test the application has to be available for testing. Okay? But all we were doing up till now we're actually testing the application, right? All we were doing up till last week, was preparing to test. We were designing our test cases. We were analyzing our requirements, then designing our test cases, enhancing those test cases with parameters. We added the template tests and so on, right? All of that comes under test designing or test planning. Okay? That's all. We're not executing any tests. Now we're executing the test when we have the application available to us, right? Okay. So the test subject, blah, blah, blah. So this appears, right? Right. Work out. Okay. So I'll just write it down. Topic. This is a test subject. Appears. 7 times. Appears. And blah, blah, blah appears in the body of the post. Okay. All right, and let's pass this. And now, close the Internet Explorer. So we're going to close the browser, and IE, IE has been closed. Okay? And so we passed that. Okay? Now we're done with the test execution, so we're going to come and click on and run. Right? Yeah.
On step 5, where it says
Step 5?
I mean, top.
Oh, step 5 is that. Okay, yeah.
So when you click on it, it says, like, you see the user on the top right, so you put now, you see the user. So the user could appear anywhere. See how you guys said, the user appears on the top right corner of the page.
Right.
But actual result, I think you put the test user appears. You have to write the same exact thing, right?
You don't have to write the same exact thing as long as you make it clear that the expected result matches the actual result. Okay? You don't have to write the exact same thing.
In that case, could you copy paste results or actual result matches expected results in all of the comment sections?
You could do that, but you want to have the purpose of this is to document your testing, right? And to actually do the testing, you can go ahead and do that, right? You can make notes for yourself that, okay, everything is working fine. But then to actually document and prepare the test, to prepare that test analysis report or the test results report, we want to be sure, we want to know exactly what the actual results were. Okay, so we do want to spell out exactly what happened.
Basically, don't do that.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I guess my question was, if the expected result was that it appeared in the top right corner of the page, but never it appears in the middle, then we have a problem. Right?
Then we have a problem. Right, exactly. So if let's go back to the form.
So I'm just saying that when we say actual results, and we just put down it appears, but it does actually, we don't say it appears on the top right, how they would know that it did appear on the top right.
We could have said appears appropriately or something like that, right? I don't know if I did that or not, but that's what we could have done. Okay. the question was, over here the expected result says, hey test user appears in the top right corner of the page. When I went and put in the actual result, I may not have put the same thing, saying that it appears in the top right. I may not have said that it appears in the top right, okay? I might have said that it just appears, right? Generally what you should do is say that it does appear in the top right corner, or that, you know, it appears appropriately, something like that, something to indicate that it is matching the expected result, that the actual results match the expected results, right? Hey guys, side note here, how do we know when we come across a defect? There's a question on the quiz. A couple people got this wrong. How do we know when we come across a defect when we're doing our testing?
Absolutely, that should match expected result. If it doesn't match, then there's a defect.
Right. As long as the actual results match the expected results, then we don't have a defect. When the expected results do not match the actual results, that's when we know we may have come across a defect. Right? Why do I say may have come across a defect?
Because steps could have been wrong, or you could have...
I could have made a mistake as a tester. I could have made a mistake, right? I could have logged in as the wrong person maybe, or entered in some wrong test data, and so I got an incorrect result, right? So how do I make sure that I haven't done anything before I log that defect, which we'll talk about today?
Repeat it a couple of times.
I want to be able to reproduce that defect a minimum of 3 times.
I have a question regarding that. What happens if you put in the correct password, the correct username, and it still doesn't log you in?
Then that's an issue. But I want to make sure that I am not making a mistake, right? I want to make sure that I didn't put in something wrong, right? If the test calls for test user 1 and ABCD1234 as the password, and I'm putting in by mistake test user 2 or test user 12 if I have fat fingers, right? You know, I want to make sure that I'm not making these types of mistakes, right? That's all.
But if you put in all the correct information, it still doesn't log you in.
Then we have a
You have a problem.
Then we have a problem, right? Okay. Okay. So we come here, we click on end run, and we can come here and we can see that this test case has passed. Okay. And we can see this information here. Each step has passed, and we also have the information for it. Okay. All right. Is that clear, guys?
When we're doing the test and it passed, so can we, if the actual result is the same as expected, can we copy the expected and paste it in Excel? So it would be the exact same thing?
You could do that. Generally, it's better practice to write it again yourself, even if it's the same thing, yeah. Tanvir, is it possible to make a case study on the basis of a real-life project from SRS to STLC? I think it'll help us make a test plan and test cases. Yeah, definitely. We're actually going to do that. That's going to be part of your homework, actually, to take requirements, convert them, not convert them, but take the requirements, add them to ALM, add them to the requirements section, use those requirements to generate the test cases, execute those test cases. We're going to be doing that. Okay? Okay, is it okay to just type all expected results, match actual results? No, Benjamin Haruno, we want to make sure that we document all of the expected results and all of the actual results. Okay, so is this clear, guys? We've executed the test case, and in this case, everything was fine, right? execute test sets in the test lab section. Now we need to log some defects. So that test case passed. So let's see, do we have a test case that's going to fail?
Okay, so you have all cars, then you don't have any defect, but in case you have one of them, you just go through.
Yeah, we're gonna log a defect. We're gonna create a test case and log some defects. So I'll show that. Okay. I thought we had created something with a defect.
You could try uploading and not like the file type that's not supported.
Yeah, no, I know we can create one. I'm just trying to see if we already did. If we already created something that was going to cause a defect. All right. Users, so this is fine. These two test cases. Okay. That's fine. So what we'll do actually now is, so we all understand how to execute test cases, right? What we'll do now is we'll talk about Excel and what we're going to do with Excel, how we're going to create our test cases in Excel, and then import them into ALM, right? We'll talk about why we're going to do that. And then we're going to create some more test cases in Excel, right? And as part of those test cases, we'll incorporate some defects, okay? And so we'll also get into logging defects as well, okay? Okay. I haven't showed yet how to create the RTM, Mohammed Mustafa. I will show that tomorrow. Okay. Let's see. So we have a whole bunch of requirements here, right? 1, 3, 5. We have 6 requirements here, right? And it can take us, how long did it take us to come up with these 4 or 5 test cases? 3 days. It took us a while, right? Now, granted, as you guys get more practice in this, it's not going to take you that long to create a test case, right? But still, we're logged into ALM and we are creating these test cases, and it's taken us hours to do it, right? You guys remember last week I was telling you guys about how ALM and pretty much any HP software is a licensed software, right? So it costs money, right? Companies will only purchase a certain number of licenses, so only a certain number of users can be logged into ALM at a certain time. Make sense? Now, if you are, and we also talked about that wait before disconnect feature that the site admin can configure, right? So if you go to lunch and you forget to log out, it'll log you out, right? And that's a good thing because then other people can come in and do their work, right? Well, what if you're doing your work, right? You're creating test cases, right? Or you're executing test cases. Well, executing is different, but if you're creating test cases, right? Or if you're creating requirements, that can take time as well, right? Time that other testers don't have, and those other testers may need to do some executing. They may need to execute some test cases, but they're not able to do it because you're on and you're creating your test cases, right? So to execute, we need to use Excel. We need to use ALM, okay, because it'll record all the results and all that kind of stuff, okay? But to create the test cases, right? What we're doing here in the what's going on here? Oh no. What we're doing here in the test plan section. Also, what we're doing here in the requirements section, right? We're creating requirements, creating test cases here, right? We don't need to do this in ALM. We can do this separately in Excel, okay? So we don't need to be logged into ALM, right? Why? Because this way we can be creating our test cases in Excel, and at the same time someone else on the team can be executing their test cases that are already in ALM. Does that make sense? So the main reason why we would want to create our test cases outside of ALM is so that it's because of the whole licensing issue, okay? So that other people can come in and get their work done, and we're not causing a roadblock for them. Is that clear? That's the main reason why we would want to create test cases within Excel. Okay. Now, how do we do that? Well, I'm going to first show you guys how to install. Yes.
Is there like you mean that the terrain is ALM? So many kids cannot get access at the same time, and the record will be like this case is out of ALM, and many kids that they just don't get access.
Yeah, that's right. Because of the licensing issue, we don't want to be able to. We don't want to be logged into ALM, right? When we're designing test cases, because we don't need to be. We can do it in Excel. There's a feature functionality of ALM. One of the functionalities is that we can import test cases as well as requirements from Excel into ALM, okay, into our test plan section. Okay, we can do that. Okay, and since we can do that, we don't need to be logged into ALM as we're designing the test cases.
Use the system less, that means they move on.
Yeah. Okay. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you guys how to install this add-in. There's an add-in here, okay, that will be available to you guys. You guys need to download it from the forum, and I'm going to make it available to you guys today, okay? And I'll show you guys where to find it on the forum and everything. It's not up there right now, okay? I don't believe it's up there, okay? But on the job, if you need to download this add-in, I'm going to show you the steps to do that. What you're going to do is you can open up either one of these, Site Admin or ALM Platform, doesn't matter which one, okay?
Hey, Jay, when our ALM expires, do you guys renew that? How does that work? Cost to renew it for the students? Or?
No, there's no cost to renew it. It's just you have to, the steps are on the forum, right? So you can follow those steps.
So when it expires, we just follow the steps?
Yeah, yeah.
So there's no cost?
No, there's no cost. No, no. Okay. So I opened up Site Admin right now, and you see here this localhost 8081, localhost colon 8081 QC bin, right? All we're going to do is we're going to change this URL. We're going to delete everything here after the QC bin. Okay. So all I have is http ://localhost colon 8081 / QC bin. Okay. And I hit enter, and I come to this page right here, and I see Quality Center. Right. If I click on Quality Center, even though I had originally opened up the Site Admin, I can come in and log in as a user here, right, on the ALM platform. If I go back, I click on Site Admin, I can log in as a Site Admin. Okay. Now we also have this README, which is just a a self-help guide kind of thing, right? This add-ins page is where you want to go. Okay. This add-ins page is where you want to go. You click on it, and this page opens up. Okay. We see HP Quality Center connectivity, HP Quality Center system test remote agent, HP Sprinter, right? We're not worried about all these. We're going to come here and click on more HP ALM add-ins. Click on that. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to come up here and click on add-ins over here. You see this HP Application Lifecycle Management Resources. I'm going to come here and click on add-ins. Okay. And you see a bunch of add-ins over here. There's some add-ins for QuickTest Professional, HP Sprinter. What we're going to do is we're going to come here and click on add-ins for Microsoft applications. Okay. Add-ins for Microsoft applications. Okay, and you see there's Microsoft Word, Excel, and Business Views, Microsoft Excel, right? What we're going to do is we're going to come here and we're going to click on Microsoft Excel. Okay? And you see the alternate text here in the yellow box? If it shows up again. Okay, it's not showing up. Anyways, this is going to take us to the HP website, and This is why we can't do it on the VMware, because it doesn't work this way. What we can do though, Control C, right? I'm just to show you guys what the website looks like. Just copy paste that URL into my browser over here, and we can see this is for 12.01. Okay, we have all the different versions here for ALM that we can download the add-in for. Okay. On the job, this is what you would be doing. Okay, and then you would download and you would install the add-in that way. Okay. For our purposes, what we're going to be doing is we have the add-in over here. Okay, this is the add-in. It's been downloaded from the website for you guys. Okay, and it'll be provided to you guys on the forum. Okay. Over here, I just opened up Microsoft Excel. Okay. We don't. What we're going to end up seeing is you see here home, insert, page layout, formulas, data, review, view. We're going to see a tab here called add-ins. Okay. That's what we want to get. That's where we want to be. Okay.
This is Microsoft Excel. People and text has given us.
Yeah, this is on your VMware. This Microsoft Excel, Microsoft Office is on your VMware. Okay. So we want to see add-ins tab over here. Okay. How do we do that? We're going to close Excel. Right. I'm going to come here, double click on this. Right. And this wizard comes up. You want to click on next and click the type of setup you prefer. You're going to do it for all users. Okay. Do it for all users, and then we're going to click on next and finish. And that's it. Okay. And now when we come and we open up Microsoft Excel, we can see this add-ins page, add-ins tab, right? And we can see export to HP ALM, and we see this when we see this window open up, that means that everything is good, that add-in is working fine. Okay? I'm sorry? I'll do it again. I'm just removing that add-in what I just installed so I can show it again. Okay?
So the way you installed before, that was for work. And we do it over there.
Yeah, that way I was showing you the steps for how you would do it on the job if you need to download that add-in, right?
Which you showed before.
Going to the HP website and all that. Yeah, that's where you would download that add-in. That's where you would download and you would get this file.
Oh.
I was just showing you the steps on the job that you need to follow. Okay? The steps on the job that you need to follow, right, to get this file. That's where you're going to the HP website and downloading that add-in, right?
But here we have this file, we just have to add.
Yeah, you don't have it already. I'm going to be giving it to you. I'm going to be providing it to you, so you will need to download it onto your VMware, okay, from the forum, okay? So, again, we have it downloaded now, right? We can see in our Microsoft Excel, the add-ins tab is not there, right? I'm going to close it. The steps to install, simply double click. And the wizard here, we're going to click on next. We're going to make sure we select for all users. Click on next, let it run, click on finish, and we're done. That's it. Now we can check it by coming over to Microsoft Excel, clicking on the add-ins tab, and we see export to HP ALM. As long as this window opens up, I'm going to explain what this window is in a few minutes. Okay, as long as this opens up, we're good to go. Okay?
So the function of this add-ins is only to whatever we create here, you can export it to...
Right. The purpose of this add-in is to allow Excel to be able to be connected to ALM. That's the purpose of this add-in, okay? To allow Microsoft Excel to be connected to ALM, okay? All right. Yeah, no one has this add-in right now. Maybe some people might, but I don't think anyone has this add-in right now. I will be posting this application, this file, on the forum, so you guys can download it and install it. Okay? All right, guys, let's take a break over here. We'll come back and we'll start working with Excel. Okay? Come back at 11:45, guys. Okay, guys. So, everyone clear on how we're going to install this add-in here, right?
Go to forum, download it.
Right. I will show you where it is on the forum, right? I'll show you where it is on the forum where you can get this file, okay? Where you can get this file right here. Okay, I'm going to show you. I'm going to upload it in a few minutes, or before the end of class, okay? And download it from there. I just showed you the steps to install, okay? It's pretty straightforward. All right, once you install it, your Microsoft Excel should have this add-ins tab over here. Okay, and then we'll get into how we're going to be doing that. Okay. Now, so what we're going to be doing is we're going to be what we're essentially going to do is right now we have this test case here, and it's within this folder, which is 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 within this folder. Right? You guys understand the hierarchy there? Right? So we have the subject folder. Within that, we have the weekend test cases folder. Within that, we have the requirements folder. Within the requirements folder, we have the forum activities folder. Within the forum activities folder, we have the forum posts folder. Within that, we have this authenticated users are able to create a posts folder, and within that, we have the test case. Now, same way, we're going to create a test case, then put it over here within this folder. Okay? Does that make sense? In Excel, we will create test cases, and we will import them, and we're going to put them over here within this folder. Okay? We can also create this folder structure through Excel. Okay? What we're going to do.
Can you also export from ALM to Excel?
There is a way to do it. I'll show that probably a little bit later, yeah. Okay? So first thing I'm going to show you is the window and how we're actually going to go about exporting from Excel into ALM, right? I'll show you that, and then we'll figure out how to create this Excel sheet, okay? So I'm going to come here, actually. So again, I'm going to open up Microsoft Excel, click on the add-ins tab, right, after I've installed the add-in for Excel, right? Come here and click on Export to HP ALM. And I see this. Enter the HP ALM server URL, right? So it needs to be in this format. How do I get that? It's right here. Everything up to the QC bin. Okay? Copy that. And Control V, paste it here. Okay? And click on Next. It's asking for a username and password. I'm going to log in as myself, as Jay, right, which is the tester, right? ABCD1234. Click on Next. Now it's going to ask for the domain and the project that I'm working on. Domain is Weekend Batch, project is PNT Forum, right?
Jay, sorry to interrupt you. You're going to put the add-in in the forum, right?
I will put it, I will upload it onto the forum. Okay, and I will show, I'm going to do it during lunch, and I'll show it when we come back from lunch where to find it on the forum. Okay?
Thanks. All right.
Yep. Okay. Specify the type of data that you would like to export, right? We can do requirements, we can do tests, or we can do defects, right? Today we're going to work on tests, okay? Let's click on Next. It says choose a map option, okay? Type a new map name. We're not going to do that. We're going to create a temporary map. What this map is, I'll explain a little bit later, okay? We're going to create a temporary map. We'll click on Next. Okay. And now we can see here, HPALM. Subject, test name. Okay? These two things in red indicate what?
Not available.
That they're required. Right? Subject and test name. Testing mode, the status, description. We have another description here called design steps, right, which we'll see. Creation date and the attachments, the designer, right, can be here, right, the step name. Okay, so we have all these sections here, right, which are part of creating a new test here, right? Test name, blah, right? When we create a new test, we have the step name, description, expected results. We have all these things here, right? We see the same thing here in Excel with this add-in, right? So these are going to be the headings in the sheet, and within that, we're going to fill in the information, right? Do you guys see that? So let's make a note here of what we see here, okay? Okay, so first thing we know that we're going to need subject, that's going to be required. Test name, that's going to be required, right? I know that we're going to need some sort of a description, right? And this says, I just double-clicked on it, and it says design steps. What this window does, we'll show in a little bit, but it says design steps, right? So let's add that. Oops, sorry. We see here the expected results, right, for the design steps, right? So we're going to need that. Okay. The step name, that's something that we're going to need, right? Description of the test case and the step name, right? Right? What else? We can say type, working mode, but this is essentially what we need here, what we've been working with so far, right? So we've always had a test name, we've always had a description and the step name and the expected result, right? Sorry? I can't hear you. The templates? The template, we don't need to do it here. I'm going to show you how we're going to work with templates with Excel in a few minutes, okay?
What about the actual results?
The actual results, we can have that, but the thing is there's no column here for actual results, okay? So we can't have that here in Excel, okay? And by default, when we design our test cases, right, the actual results column, there is no actual results here, okay, in the design phase. Right? That's part of execution, okay? So we can add any of these other, we can add creation date, we can add designer if we want to, okay? We can add this stuff. Sorry? How do we know what we need to add? Well, for one thing, whatever's in red, that's going to be required, so that absolutely has to be added, right? Second, we know that as a bare minimum, we need the step name, the description, and the expected results for each test case, right? We know that at least, right, if we want to design our test cases. So we're going to add those steps, right? Now, do we also want to add the creation date, the type, the designer, all this stuff? That's up to the organization and your QA lead or your test manager on what you need to have, right?
Basically, we look into the ALM and then we decide to choose compare.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So, let's cancel this, okay? Okay. And now, so we see here subject, right? That's one of the first things. So we're going to, we're going to paste that there, subject. Test name we see here. Okay. The description. Step name. And the expected results. Right? Cool. What goes under subject, what goes under test name, description, step name, expected results? We'll figure that out. So, let's start with subject. Okay? This subject will simply be the file path. Okay? So then delete this. We start out with subject, right? And then we have weekend underscore test cases. I'm going to copy this just because I don't want to misspell anything or anything like that. So I'm going to copy that. /. Then we have requirements. Again, I'm going to copy this. Okay? All I'm doing is I'm providing that folder hierarchy. Okay? Within the requirements, I have forum activities. Again, I'm going to copy it, paste it, okay. Within that I have forum posts, right? And within forum posts we have this, authenticated users are able to reply to posts, right? We want to create a test case for this, right? Copy that. Okay. That's our file path. All I'm going to do some fancy stuff with Excel. I'm going to wrap the text so that I can really. Okay.
So you just created the folders.
This is just the folder structure. Okay.
So what if they're not already created?
Then this will actually create it. I'll do that. We'll do that again in a little bit as well. Okay. Test name. What shall we name this test? Authenticated users reply to post? Sure. Sorry? Text, wrap text. Okay. All right. Description, I can add a description here. Users are able to, let's see, stay, authenticated users are able to reply to posts made by other users on the PNT form. Yeah? Okay. Step one, right? Oh, we're missing one step here. The step name, there is also a step description that we should also have here. Maybe. How can we be sure? Let's come here. Let's look at this again. And once you have, once you're comfortable with this, you'll know what is what are the different sections here that you would need. Okay. So here we have a description and we have a description for the design steps. Do you see there's two of them over here, right? So this description without anything after it, right? This is simply for the test case, whereas the description, this is for the design steps, right? So this is the design step description, okay? And then we also have the step name, okay? Does that make sense? So we have the step description, step name, we have a description here for the test, right? We can actually call this test description, okay?
It's not going to create problems if you change the title?
No, we'll see that. We'll see what happens. Okay, the naming of these column headings don't really matter. We'll show that in a few minutes when we go to actually go and use the add-in. Okay, so step 1, launch IE, right? User launches IE, right? IE stands for Internet Explorer, right? Expected result, IE has launched. Step 2, navigate to forum.pit.us. Yes? Forum login page of, user navigates to forum.pit.us and forum login page appears, right? Step 3, enter valid user name. User enters test user 1 in the username field, right? And test user 1 is entered in the user name field, right? Step 4, enter valid password. User enters, ABCD1234 in the in the password field, right? And the password is entered and is encrypted. There are 8 black dots, right? Step 5, click on the login button. User will click on the login button, right? And we can say PNT forum homepage appears, okay? We would add the same sort of expected results that we had before. Just to move on, I'm going to keep it simple, okay? Step 6. What's next? So what are we doing here? We are trying to reply to a post, right? So we created that post over here, right? You guys remember? Let's go back here. Action items. Submitted by students, SDLC Quality Center. Come on. This is the test subject. We made this post, right? We want to reply to this post, right? So what did we do? We first logged in to the forum homepage, right? And we went to we clicked on SDLC Quality Center ALM, right? That's after we log in. This is the first thing that we're going to do. Click on this SDLC Quality Center ALM. Do I put the steps for finding action items and all that? Why not?
Because we don't tell the tester how to do it.
Right. We're not telling the tester how to execute the test case. Okay, how to perform the steps. We're not telling them that, right? We're telling them what to do, right? So we told them, we're not telling, me writing in the step here, press Control F and type in action items. That's the same thing as me telling the user, for the step for entering in the password, right? Take your finger, press on A, then take your finger, press on B, take your finger, press on, I can't do that, okay? I don't care if they use their finger or if they use a pen to type on the keyboard, right? What matters is that ABCD1234 is entered in the password field, right? Is that clear? So I'm not telling them how to do the step. I'm telling them what to do, right? Okay. So we have to click on SDLC Quality Center ALM link, right? Sorry. Back to Excel. Step 6, click on SDLC ALM Quality Center link. Did I spell that correctly? Quality Center / ALM. Okay. And then step 6, the description here will be user will click on the SDLC Quality Center ALM link located under the section titled Action Items Submitted by Students. Yes? I'm doing the same exact thing as I was doing in ALM. Do you guys see that? Only difference is I'm doing it now in Excel, right? There's absolutely no difference, right? Other than the fact that this is Excel, that was ALM. The expected result. What's the expected result here? Let's see. So SDLC Quality Center, click on this. And now we see this, right? So let's copy paste this. We can say that this entire thing appears at the top of the page, right? All right. And step 7. What's the next step? Click on, this is a test subject, right? This is a test subject, right? And then what's going to happen? We're going to click on it, and this is going to appear, right? So quotes here. And this is actually the expected result, sorry. User will click on, this is a test subject link, post link, okay? That's the link for the post, right? And then, step 8, we want to reply to this post, right? Reply, right? Click on reply button, right? User will click on the reply button. And what's the expected result? Post reply appears. Sorry.
Are you going to post it?
I will post this test case. Okay. Then, step 9. What's the next step here? Enter in the body of the email, right? Enter text in the body of the reply, right? Message. Enter. Next time, please add a meaningful post. Cool. And so we'll say, next time, please add a meaningful post will appear in the body of the message, of the reply message, right? And then we will click on post. Click on post. User will click on the post button. And let's say next time add a meaningful message. So what is it? Meaningful post. Okay. Click on post. And we can see here that this has been added as a reply to the original post. And next time add a meaningful post. And the body of the reply message appears appropriately. Cool. Make sense, guys? Have I done anything different? No, right?
But this is more clean, right?
Alirana, you make a good point. We'll come to that in a few minutes. We'll see what the point, why I did it that way. Okay, but you're right, Alirana. What comes first, creating the Excel add-ins, then uploading them into ALM, or writing the requirements in ALM application? No. So in order to write your test cases in Excel and then import into ALM, you must have this export to ALM add-in. Okay? So the first thing is you need to install that add-in on your VMware. Okay? I will upload this file. I will upload this during the lunch, and when we come back, I will show you guys how to install it, how to download it from the forum, where it's going to be located, and you download it and install it on your VMware. Once you have it installed, you will be able to see this export to ALM, HP ALM add-in over here within this add-ins tab, right? And then you'll be able, when you click on it, you should be able to see this window here. Okay. When you see this window after you click on this export to HP ALM, that means that everything is good. Okay. Okay. So now we have our test case, right? And we can say step 11, close browser, right? And user will close IE, and IE has closed. Cool. Okay. So now, how do I take all of this and import it into ALM? What we're going to do is we're going to highlight, not the headings. We are not going to highlight the headings. We're going to highlight everything below the headings and down up to that step, that last step. Okay? I did not highlight the headings. Okay? Why? You'll see. Oh, it'll mess up the mapping. Okay? That's why. This is how we're going to do this. Okay? We're going to highlight everything below the headings. Okay? Export to HP ALM. I have that localhost 8081 QC bin. Where did I get this from, guys? From the ALM, right? I got this from up here. Right? It's the same thing, right? I don't need to be logged in, by the way. The whole point of this is that I don't need to be logged into ALM. Okay? So I've logged out, I've closed ALM. I'm done with it. Okay? So here, I have the server name. Click on next. J, I have to log in. ABCD1234, Weekend Badge, PNT Forum. That's great. Next. And what are we doing? We're working with tests, right? Next. Now, this map, I'll still explain it in a few minutes. Let me finish this first. Next. Okay, now we're back over here. Okay? All we're going to do, you guys see the headings over here on row 1? Right? Subject, test name, test description, step name, step description, expected results. All we're going to do, first thing, subject, we're going to come here, select subject, export, and we're going to say what column the subject field is in. It's in column A, right? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, these are the columns, right? Subject is in column A. Yes? Okay. Test name, it's in column B. So I'm going to bring it over. B. Right? Okay. Test description. That's the description here by itself, right? Double click it. C. Okay. Step name. Right here, right? Double click. What column is it in? D. Right? Click OK. Step description. Description with this design over here, right? Description for the design steps. What column is it in? E. Put an E over there. Expected results. Expected for the design steps. F. Yes? Click OK. Right? And then we come and we click on export. Let's see, hopefully it works. Awesome. You have successfully exported the Microsoft Excel worksheet to HP ALM. Click on finish. Now, what? Let's go. Let's open up ALM. Let's see what damage we did in ALM here. A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4. Close. Open this up. I still don't see anything here. Refresh it. Wait, what? I still don't see anything here. What happened?
What happens if you have duplicates? Because, I mean, we pretty much typed in exactly what was there already.
Yeah. Okay, so it ended up coming over here. Okay? It ended up coming over here. It created a whole other folder structure within the subject, right? So there's a problem here. Okay? So let's delete this. Delete folders, delete the folders and the tests. Okay? So let's see what we did wrong here. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create, I just took out the subject over there from there. Okay? And let's go through the same steps. Next. Let's log into. Next. Tests. Okay. So this map, right? You see how I mapped column A as being the subject, right? Column B was for test name, column C was for test description. I created that map, right? When I went over there. So let's do this. Weekend batch math. Okay, nice. And I'm going to do it again. So subject is what? A. Test name is what? B. The test description? C. Step name? D. Right? Step name? D. Step description? E, right? And the expected results right here, F. Click OK. This is the map. Okay. The subject is coming from column A. The test name is coming from column B. The step name is coming from column D. The expected result is coming from column F, and so on. Right? This is the map. I'm going to export. And there's a problem here. Row 1, column A value, subject value is required. Column B field test name is required. What happened here? What did I forget to do? I didn't highlight. Right? I didn't highlight. I have to highlight. Okay? Let's try it again. Sorry, my caps lock was on. Okay, next. We're working with tests. Next. Now, select a map. Weekend batch map. That's the one I just created. I'm going to do next. And it's already here now. It's done for me. I don't need to do it again now. Right? So what does that mean? That means we can use the same template in Excel to create our test cases from now on. We don't need to keep mapping it now. Is that clear?
Every time we have to put in the mapping, we can.
We have to just select which map we want to use.
If we select that, it will come.
It'll come. This format will come. Okay. Click on export. All right. You have successfully exported. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Let's refresh this. And let's see here. Again, we see weekend test cases requirements, and it's created a whole other thing here. So what is the problem here?
Maybe start with requirements.
Oh. Did I mess that up? Okay. Tests, select that map. We're going to do the same map. Export. Finish. There we go. I'll just mix those up, the forward slash and the backslash. Okay? So, problem was this, right? Before, over here, slash, I had this forward slash, right? It's supposed to be the backslash. That's all it is. Okay?
And we don't write. We don't need to write.
We don't need rights. We don't need subject. Okay? And so now, it'll take the weekend test cases folder. Within that, it'll find the requirements folder. Within that, it'll find the forum activities folder. Within that, it'll find the forum post folder. Within that, it'll find this authenticated users are able to reply posts folder. Right? And within that, it'll create this authenticated users reply to post. So now we can see here design steps, all the steps that we just created. Right? Next time, please add a meaningful post. Do you guys see this? Is that clear? I do not need to be logged into Excel. Logged into ALM in order to do this. Right? I can create all of my test cases in the same way. Right? It is not case sensitive. Subject path is not case sensitive. Okay, the problem that I was having was that I was using the forward slash instead of the backslash. Here, this must be the backslash, okay, not the forward slash, okay? Is that clear, guys? All right, so let's do some more. Let's come in and let's create a test for this. Authenticated users can create a new post with an attachment. Yeah? So, let's see. What can we do? We'll just simply copy that. I just copied the subject, right? And it's going in the same under forum post folder, but this is going to be different, right? That's going to be different, right? What is that going to be? That's going to be this thing. And Control V, authenticated users can create a new post with an attachment, right? Enter. Now, I keep forgetting what these column headings are. What I'm going to do is I'm going to highlight this, and I'm going to come to View. Okay, this is on the side note, something that you can do in Excel. Okay, freeze pane, right? So I'm going to scroll down. Every time I scroll down, I forget. I don't remember what's in column C, what's in column D. I need to see the headings, right? So I'm going to come here. I highlighted the headings, right? And I'm going to say freeze pane, and I'll say let's just freeze the top row. Okay. And so now, when I scroll down, the top row is still there. Doesn't affect anything else in Excel. Okay. It's just I can see when I scroll down what the headings are. Is that clear? Okay. So test name will be users can, what was it? Create a new post with an attachment. Okay. Now here, do you guys remember? Let's go back to the form. Submitted by students. Okay, Quality Center. New topic. Attachments. File types allowed. Let's see how many test cases we're going to need. We're going to need a lot of test cases, right? A lot of test cases. Yeah? Okay. So how do we do this?
Create a template.
We could create a template. Sorry? Template is nothing, it's exactly the same thing as a test case, it's just ALM sees it as a template. So we're able to call it as a template, right? But we understand the concept of templates, right? Who can explain to me what the concept of a template is?
A basic framework that allows to make minimal changes and customize whatever the case is.
Right. All it does is it allows us to use or reuse the same set of steps, right? That's all it does.
Yeah, it's a common step in different.
Right, right, exactly. We would create a template for the common steps in different test cases, right? So for example, like I said before, all of our test cases, other than the login authentication test cases, right? All of them require us to log in, right? Before we can do anything. To search for members, to create a post, reply to a post, any of that kind of stuff on the forum, we need to first log in, and then we can, you know, do whatever it is that we need to do, move on from that step, right? And so we created what's called a template test for login, right? And whenever we need to log in, we would call that template, right? We would call that template and we would follow those steps, right? Make sense? But let's go back to our ALM. Right now, we just have one. We could have hundreds, right? And what is ALM? It's simply a repository, a storage place, right? Where all of our testing artifacts are stored, are saved, right? So our requirements are going to be saved here. Our test cases are going to be saved here. Our defects are going to be saved here, right? And along with the defects, we'll show the pictures, the snapshots of the screenshots are going to be saved here. So it's taking up space, right? Right now, we just have like maybe 5 or 6 test cases, right? On the job, you're going to have thousands of test cases, right? And you could have hundreds of different templates. It's possible, right? So that's going to take up a lot of space. There's another way. Instead of using templates, right? Templates are great, okay? Templates are great because we can reuse those steps. Okay? But there's another way that we can achieve the same result, achieve the same goal, right? But at the same time, we're not taking up so much space with templates. Because templates are another form of a test case, and they take up space, right? Make sense? So to avoid taking up space, what can we do? Yeah, that's right, Amar. The templates, they save us time by using the same steps, and we can make whatever changes to it accordingly. That's right. So, but there's a way that we can avoid using templates, but at the same time, achieve the same goal. What's the goal of a template, right? Essentially, it's to make our lives easier, because we don't want to keep writing the same steps over and over again, right? Either way, when we're executing the test, we're still going to be logging in every time, right? So we're going to be executing those steps every time that we execute the test case, but the only thing that the template does is it saves us time in having to write them again, right? Well, let's look at this. Sorry. Since we already have this map here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add something. I'm going to add a column here called Assumptions and Preconditions. Okay? Assumptions and preconditions. Step 1 will not be to launch IE. Step 1 will not be to log in. Okay? So, no. Step 1 will be to click on SDLC Quality Center ALM link. Right? User will click on the SDLC Quality Center link. Yeah, okay, that's fine. And the expected result is the same thing here. Right? Okay? Assuming valid user has logged in. Okay? The assumption is that a valid user has logged in, right? What does that mean? That means that if an invalid user is trying to do this, they won't be able to do it. A valid user must log in order for this step to work, right? We've already tested the login functionality. We know that it works. So we don't need to keep writing test cases for it. We don't need to keep writing steps for it, right? We can simply say a valid user has logged in. Once they've logged in, we can execute this step. Step number 1. Yes? Is that clear, guys?
Yeah.
Instead of using a template, we can provide an assumption or a precondition for that step or for that test case. Okay? Realistically, what should happen is that this column, this column right here, Control X, test description. Let's insert cut cells over here. This is how it should be. Okay? So let's add a description here. Users can create a new post with an attachment. So authenticated users are able to create a new post with a PDF attached. Let's just go down the list with a .doc attachment. Okay?
We're doing only one one attachment.
Yes, .doc. Each one of these things would be a test case. Okay? Each one of these things would be a test case. Okay? Because we want to make sure that each one of these file types can be attached. Okay, and can be uploaded onto the forum.
With the restrictions, right?
Sorry?
With the restrictions.
With the restrictions, yes.
For each of them.
But we're not going to, we can test, along with this test case, we can also incorporate those restrictions as well. Okay? Can we transfer from ALM to Excel the way we did earlier from Excel to ALM? We can. If we have time, I'm going to show it tomorrow. Okay, how to do that. Okay? So, let's come back. Authenticated users are able to create a new post with a .doc attachment, right? The assumption or precondition is that a valid user has logged in. So the step one is going to be to click on that as DLC, Quality Center ALM link. The expected result will be this, right? And then step two will be what? No. New topic. Click on new topic, right? Click on new topic. User will click on new topic button. So click on it and start new topic section, right? Let's say page. We'll look here, right? Step 3. Enter a subject for the post, for the new post, right? User will enter test post with .doc attachment, right? In the subject field. Test post with .doc attachment will appear in the subject field. Step 4, enter text in the body of the message. User will enter, this is a test post to verify that the forum accepts .doc attachments.
Why you are adding attachment in the subject?
No, that's the text. That's the name of the subject.
Oh, name of.
Right? And then this is a test post, to verify that the forum accepts .doc attachments. Right? No, I'm sorry. Will appear. Will appear, sorry, in the body of the message. Step 5. What's step 5 going to be? Add the attachment. How do we do that? Click on attachments. Click on attachments and other options. Right? User will click on and other options, and what's going to happen? The attachment and other options will appear. And other options will appear. Right? Step 6. Click on Choose File button. Right? Then you click on choose file, and then the folder structure will open up. User will click on the choose file button under the attach section, right? And then here the folder structure will open up, okay? Step 7, select the file to be attached. User will select the file to be attached to the new post, right? So we can come here and click on choose file, and we can say here, let's take this. Do I have a document here? Let's take this one, right? And we click open. The file name with extension will appear in the attach field, right? And then we're going to click on post, right? I'm not going to actually do that. User will click on the post button. What's the expected result going to be here? Click on the post, there we go. Copy this and edit this step, this expected result. So here, what was the subject? Test post with DOC attachment, right? Test post with .doc attachment. Okay. Forgot that expected result, but I don't want to actually make that post again. There we go. This is what I'm looking for. Okay. So we can see here, topic to the testflow.doc read one time appears, right? Sorry. And the section heading as a section heading. Okay. Is that clear? Right? And the .doc file is available for download at the bottom of the post. Okay, and we'll see that. Okay. Now, just really quickly, I'm going to make sure that. All right. Okay. And step 9. We can close the browser, right? Close IE. IE is closed. Cool. Yeah.
step 7 on the description part, when we say like select the dot file.
Select the what?
Yeah, you just said you select the file. When we tell them that what type of file is the doc file, since we're doing the...
We could say select the .doc file to be attached. Okay. We could say that, or we could also, if we were using parameters here, we could also say, you know, select the file path, right, or select the file name, and then as the parameter value, we could actually say what the actual file is that we're going to be attaching. Okay. Yeah, there's different degrees of granularity that we can implement here. Okay. In terms of the details that we're applying for each step. Okay. Is this clear so far, guys?
Yeah.
I haven't done anything extra, right? Anything weird that we haven't seen before, right? All I'm doing is I'm not working in ALM. I'm creating my test cases in Excel, right? Yeah. Yeah. When we can do that, if we get a chance tomorrow, I'm going to show that as well. Okay. Exporting from ALM into Excel. Okay. Okay. Now, I have already added this, right? This test case here. I don't want to add this test case again. Okay. I only want to add this test case. So I simply highlight whatever it is that I need, right? So I just need this, right? Okay, I highlight just that test case. Okay, come over here to the add-ins, export to HPALM, next, ABCD 1, 2, 3, 4, Gen batch, PNT forum, next. This is a test, next. The map will not work because I added this D column here, right? Assumptions and preconditions. So let's create a new one, right? And let's say weekend batch updated map. Okay? Next. Sorry?
So now we have to make it again.
We'll do it again, yeah. Okay? Now, what we can say is the subject will be A. Test name is B, right? Test description is C. Assumptions and preconditions. Do you see here anything like that? Should be precondition.
Template.
No. That's not template. No. Should be precondition. I don't see a field here. You can add one, right?
You have to create one.
I would have to create that field. Huh? Yeah? Who would be creating that field?
You.
No, not me. I'm a tester.
Project admin.
Project admin would be doing that, right? You guys remember how to do that?
Go back to ALM.
Go back to ALM.
Project entity.
All right, let's do that real quick.
Last time you picked up from the ALM, but this one you created your own. It was not that ALM.
Sorry?
Last time all this column you picked up from the ALM. But this, the assumption column, you just created your own.
I just created my own. Yeah, exactly.
It wasn't included.
It wasn't included in that field, right? So where do I go now? I've logged in as a project admin now, right?
Tools, customize.
Tools and then customize, right? Now what? Project entities. Test, right? System fields. What do I have here? Change status, comments, creation date, description, designer, right? You see all these things. We're going to add a user field. And we're going to call it what? Assumptions slash, oh, can't do that. Assumptions and preconditions. Okay? And we'll just leave it as a string. Okay? We'll just leave it as a string. Do I want to make it required?
Yes.
Yes?
No.
What if there's no assumptions or preconditions? Right? So we're not going to make it required. Let's save it. Changes were made successfully. Now, let's go back. Yeah. Close that. Now let's again. Export to ALM. Next. Type a new name. Weekend batch updated map, right? Next. And now we see here assumptions and preconditions, right? It's pretty awesome, right? All right. Subject. Bring it over. What subject? Subject is A, right? Coming from column A. All right. Test name is coming from column B. Okay. Test description. Which one am I looking at? The first one or the second one? First one, right? That's in column C. Assumptions and preconditions. That's column D. Step name. Right here, right? It's column E. Step description is F, right? And the expected results right here, G. Click OK. Export. All right, you have successfully exported the Microsoft Excel worksheet to HP ALM. Finish. Let's go down. Let's open up ALM. Log in as myself, right? As the tester, right? Let's see, what is the purpose of assumptions and preconditions when we are logging expected results? Mohammed Mustafa, the purpose of assumptions and preconditions, we're basically saying execute this step only if these assumptions and preconditions are being met. So, for example, over here, the first, the assumption for this test case is that a valid user has logged in, right? Yeah. That means that we can only execute this test case if a valid user has logged in. We're assuming that a valid user has logged in. That's why we're saying that the first step here is to click on the SDLC Quality Center ALM link, right? If the valid user hasn't logged in, then they can't use this. They can't execute step one. Okay. These assumptions and preconditions are simply taking the place of the template tests that we created, right? We still need to know how to create template tests. Okay. They can definitely help us out. Okay. And you can definitely be asked interview questions on how to create templates in ALM and what the purposes are and things like that. But this is just another way of doing the same thing. Okay. This, from my perspective, is a more efficient way of getting things done. Okay? Because we're able to save space. I already have uploaded requirements from Excel for a test case, and I modified the test case in Excel. If I upload the requirements again, will I have the modified requirements by replacing the old one? Yeah, you will be able to modify those test cases if you upload it again. We'll be able to modify them, or if they haven't been there, then if those requirements, or if those test cases are not already there, if this export from Excel will create that test case. Okay, so is it like a conditional statement? Yeah, Muhammad Mustafa, yeah, you can think of it that way. That it's a conditional statement saying, if this is true, then do that. That's right. Okay. Okay, so let's see what happened here. Let's refresh. And an attachment, right? And we see here test case. And we can see the design steps, and we have all this here. Cool. Let's see what happened here. The precondition is here. Assumption of precondition, valid user is logged in.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. Another way that we could have done it, though, is if we added a comments column over here, right? And if we created the map with the comments, right, it would just show up here. That's just another way of doing it, of adding the assumptions and preconditions. Okay. Cool. All right, guys. So it's about 1 o'clock. Let's go to lunch. I will save this, and I will upload the shell add-in, right? And I'll show where it is on the forum and how to download it and all that when we come back from lunch. Okay? All right, guys. Sure. Hello guys. Give me 1 minute. Give me 1 second, guys. Oh, no, it's not here.
But no, that's I know it didn't come.
Yeah, there too.
Oh, here too. Yeah.
Sorry guys, give me a few minutes. I'm gonna upload the Excel add-in and then I'll show you guys where it is and how to download it. Okay, guys. Yes. All right. No, my sound was off. I wasn't saying anything before. Okay, guys. So I have on the PNT forum, right? If you search for class notes, in the class notes section under Quality Center ALM, okay? In the class notes section under Quality Center ALM, we see the very first link here, JMaster MS Excel add-in for ALM connectivity. Okay? We click here, the steps to install, to download and install are here. Okay? The steps to download and install are here. Let me do it real quick over here. You guys see my screen here?
Yes.
Okay. So really quickly, I'm just going to go to the
Can you see that screen?
You cannot see the screen?
No, no, laptops.
On your laptops.
No, we see it you logged out or something. This shows the weekend.
What is okay. What's going on?
Okay.
Now you see it? Yeah. You see the forum, you see the forum login page?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a blank page. There it is.
No, you see it. Does what you guys see up here on the projector, you guys see on your laptops, right? Okay. All right. So I'm going to log in, go to the class notes section. Okay. In the Quality Center ALM section, right? Class notes section. Within that, the Quality Center ALM, right? I'm going to click on that, the very first link here, JMaster MS Excel add-in for ALM connectivity. Okay? We click on here, we have these notes, the steps here. Okay? Let's put this in Notepad. Alright? This is a zip file. Okay? It's a compressed zip file. We're going to download it. Okay? Show in folder. I just dragged it and put it on my desktop, okay? It's on my desktop now. HP ALM Excel add-in.exe. This is a zip file, okay? What I'm going to do is I'm going to right-click, WinRAR, extract here. Okay? Well, what step am I completing here? Oops. I downloaded it. Now I'm going to extract the zip file. That's what I'm doing right now. Okay? I've downloaded it from the forum. Now I'm going to extract that zip file. All I'm doing, I'm going to right-click, WinRAR, extract here.
Are you in VMware?
I'm not in my VMware right now. This is not my VMware. This is normal Windows 7, Windows 8, Windows 10, whatever you guys have. Okay? So I have now extracted, and I see the application here. Okay? Mind the symbol. This is a zip file. This is the actual application. Right? Now, on my VMware, I'm going to open up my VMware. Right? That's what it says. Okay, right-click on the add-in file and select copy. So, and then I'm going to open my VMware. Okay? So I'm going to come here, right-click, copy. Okay? Then I'm going to open up my VMware. Okay? All right. Now, going back, right? Again, make sure you have it copied. All I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my VMware. I'm going to right-click on the desktop, and I'm going to click on Paste. Copying the file to the virtual machine. That's all it's doing. Okay? Okay, here it is now. Okay? Now let me see if this already has it installed.
It's under class notes, right?
This is under class notes. Okay, so it's already been installed here. So let's close this. I'm going to uninstall and show you the installation again real quick. HPALM Microsoft Excel add-in. I'm going to remove it. I'm just uninstalling here just so I can show you the installation process again. Okay? I'm going to remove. Next. All right. So that's done.
That was easy.
So that was now uninstalled. Now all I'm going to do, I'm going to take this application, right? I'm going to double click, and I'm going to follow the steps here. Okay, I'm going to go next for all users, right? Click on next, and finish, and that's it. That's all you got to do. Okay. Now when you open up Microsoft Excel, we'll see the add-ins here, and we'll see export to HPALM. As long as this window opens up, you guys are good to go. Okay? Is this clear, guys?
You just don't add in, right?
That's all I did. Just install the add-in. Okay? The steps are here. They're part of the forum. Okay? And again, on the under the class notes section in Quality Center ALM, this is the first link. That's where the thing is. Okay. All right, guys.
So now we can create folders and files here and just transfer them.
Yep. Okay, guys. You guys can see my screen, right?
Yes.
You guys see the forum? Okay. So we were able to create test cases within Excel and export them from Excel into ALM. Yes? All right. Any questions here as far as the creating test cases in Excel is concerned? No? Yes? Okay. All right. So log me out here. Okay. So now let's create a test case that doesn't work. Okay? Where we would need to end up logging a defect, right? How do we do that? Well, authenticated users can create a new post with an attachment, right? So we already created a test case where they're uploading a DOC file, right? Let's create another test case where, let's see what happens. See DOC, DOCX, zip, RAR, GIF, JPG, JPM, JPEG. This covers a lot. Let's see. Let's take XML. XML. We'll actually talk about XML a little bit later on in the course when we talk about automation testing. We'll learn what XML is. But XML stands for Extensible Markup Language. You guys don't need to know anything about it, but it is a file extension that we can use, and it doesn't allow us to upload XML files, right? So, what are we going to do? Let's come up here to the requirements. Forum posts. Authenticated users are able to create a new post with an attachment. And here, right, let's add XML. Okay? So this is now part of the requirements, right? Meaning what? Meaning the client wants to be able to upload XML files along with these other types, but he wants to also be able to upload XML files as attachments, right? You guys see that? You guys understand that? Okay. All right. So now, let's come and let's create another test case. Authenticated users can create a new post with attachment. This one, they're creating a new post with an attachment, right? With a DOC attachment. Actually, let's come over here and let's update this name. This is not right. Create a new post with a DOC attachment. Okay? So now we're going to create another test case. We'll do it in Excel. Okay? We're going to create another test case where we are going to upload a XML file. Right? Watch this, guys. It's very important that you guys learn how to do this. Okay? It's absolutely critical because these steps are very complicated. So we're going to copy this and we're going to paste it here. And user can create a new post with a .xml attachment. With a .xml attachment. They're going to upload, they're going to create the same thing with .xml attachment. With. Do you guys see how complicated this is?
Control F, replace.
.xml. I don't want to replace all of the DOCs though, because I have in the same sheet.
Highlight the part that you want to recommend.
I could do that.
You've only got 2 left, so it might be a good plan.
Oh, whatever. It's all right, I'll show it. Find and select, replace .doc with .xml. Replace all?
If you want to double check, do find all first, and
Do
make
find
sure it's
all,
only
okay.
like 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, that's giving me a lot of other ones too, right? 4 cells?
4 cells? Let's say it's
1, 2, 3, 4. right?
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4 cells, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay, so replace all.
Yeah.
Made 13 replacements.
Did you undo it?
Possible. It's okay. Let's undo that.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm making things too complicated now.
Okay. So we got XML over here.
What was replacing your DOC with the other files?
Sorry? Okay. And then .xml, right? And here also .xml. Cool. Sorry? Step 7? Oh. So I got everything? That's it. It's all the same steps. It's just that I'm uploading an XML file now, right? And now I've now created another test case. Okay. So now, what we will do is come here, highlight this, right? Come over to the add-in section, export, next. Maybe CD. Next, so the test, updated map, right? We now have 2 maps. We're going to work with the updated one, right? Next, we have all these things, right? Export, finish. Let's go back and see what happened. And we now have XML, right? Cool? We made a mistake. In our excitement, we made a mistake. Can anyone point out what that mistake is?
We did not create the defect.
Oh, we're only going to create the defect once we execute the test. So the defect won't be here right now. We've just designed the test. We've made a mistake in designing the test. Can anyone tell me what the problem is?
Can you go back to the
ALM?
Go back to ALM? Okay. I'll give you a hint. It's here, somewhere. What's the problem here? There's a mistake here.
Not showing there any previous overlap. Reduction.
Actually, no, never mind. We'll live with it. It's fine. It's okay. Never mind. It's okay. It's okay. We'll leave it the way it is. Okay?
Because we couldn't find it?
No, it's okay. We'll come across it later on. Okay, we'll see. All right. Okay. We don't need, no. We don't need to remap, Mohammed Mustafa. The map was correct. Okay, everything is fine. Okay, it's okay. We'll come to it. We'll see what happens. Okay. Okay, so now let's go and let's execute these two. Let's execute these 2 test cases. Okay, both of these. How do we do that? Test lab. Right? Forum post, authenticated users can create a new post. Right? Let's create another set over here. Right? And let's call it create post with attachments. With 1 attachment, right? Authenticated users can create posts with an attachment. Click OK. All right, we can actually have an open date here. Okay. Cool. Now what? What's the next step? I can't hear you. What? Well, what did I say? We're going to execute both of these tests, right? Not at the same time. We're going to test one at a time, but they're going to be run. They can be run together, though. Okay, one after the other. They can be put together. They can be organized together. Okay, does that make sense? They could be part of the same test set. So what are we going to do? We're going to come over to the execution grid, select tests, and the test plan tree, we're going to open it up. We can test cases, requirements, forum activities, forum posts. Not here. With an attachment, right? These two. How do I select both of them? I click on one, shift. Okay, again, I click on one, I press the shift button on my keyboard, and I click on the other one. It highlights both of them. Okay? And then I come and I say add tests to test set. Okay? That's it. I now have both of these tests, DOC and XML. Right? Make sense? Okay. Now before we move on, let's create this DOC and XML file, shall we? Because before we can execute any tests, we need to have our test data and any other test resources that we might need, right? So let's come here, go to Word. This is a test document file, save as. Let's just put it on the desktop for now, okay? And this is DOC file for test case, right? And what are we going to save this as? 97-2003, because that's what the DOC format is. Click on Save, and we can see here, whoops, if we go to our desktop, that it's over here. We can see the file format is 2003. Okay. And now let's create that XML file. How do we do that? Let's do that in Notepad. You can say this is a test file for test, test file, that's fine. File, save as, all files, test file, XML test file. And we're going to learn how to create XML files later on, okay? So whatever I'm doing, don't worry about it. I'm just saving this as an XML file, okay? .xml, okay? XML test file, .xml, putting it on the desktop, and I'm going to save it, okay? Show the desktop, and I can see we have this XML test file here, okay? What we use XML for, what it's, what the purpose of all that is, we'll learn all that stuff when we talk about UFT, okay? And automation testing. Okay. So now we have the DOC file and we have the XML file, yes? So let's begin our test. Can we begin? Yes? Mm-hmm. Okay. So test set name is create post with one attachment. Tester is that. Let's see, what else do we have here? Okay. Test details are over here. User can create a new post with a .doc attachment. So begin the run. Okay. Step 1. Click on SDLC Quality Center ALM link. What does this mean? I have to log in first. I have to know to do that, right? Start. Because that's part of the, that's part of what column? What section? The assumptions and preconditions, right. So test user 1, ABCD 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we're here, we're logged in. Okay, so now we're going to, first step here is click on the SDLC Quality Center ALM link, right? User will click on the SDLC Quality Center ALM link, located under the section titled Action Items Submitted by Students. So, let's do Action Items, and we see here Action Items Submitted by Students. We click on SDLC Quality Center ALM link, right? And we see this whole thing here, right? And that's what the expected result was, that this whole thing appears. So I'm going to copy and paste this entire thing here, Control C, and put this in the actual results, and say appears. Okay? Appeared. Pass to selected. Okay. Click on New Topic. All right. User will click on the New Topic button. Start New Topic page will appear. We can say Start New Topic page appeared. Passed. Right? User will enter test post with .doc attachment in the subject field. All right? So test post with .doc attachment in the subject field. Right? Test post with .doc attachment appeared in the subject field, right? Pass to selected, enter text in the body. I'm just going to copy this, right? Actually, I'm going to copy it from here from the description. This is a test post to verify that the form accepts .doc attachments. Control C and Control V. This is a test post to verify that the form accepts .doc attachments, right? And we can say that that appeared in the body of the message, right? That passed. Great. Click on the attachments and other options. Okay. Clicked on that. Click on Choose File. This is an issue. So, why did we say click on Choose File? You guys remember? It showed up as click choose. That button was there, Choose File, right? But it's not showing up here.
It's supposed to be browse.
Well, we say that now. Why did we say choose file before? And why does it say browser or browse now? What's going on? Let's look at this. So let's choose file. Do you guys know what browser I'm using here? I'm using Google Chrome on my Mac side, right? I'm using Chrome on my Mac side, right? But here we're using Internet Explorer. Yeah?
That helps.
And so that's why. It's not because it's a Mac versus a Windows. It's because of the different browsers. Okay? It's because over here we're using Internet Explorer, and on the Mac we're using Google Chrome. Okay? Different browsers do the same things, but they do it in different ways. They present it in different ways to the users. Okay? So that's fine. What we need to do is we can come in here and we can click on Browse button.
So we have to do both of them in Internet Explorer.
Yeah, both of them have to be in Internet Explorer. So I just updated that step here. Okay? I just updated that. I said user will click on the Browse button under the Attach section. Okay?
So we can update it.
We can. We can. Okay, it's not recommended, but we can do that. That's something that ALM allows. Okay? So I'm going to come here, click on Browse, right? And the folder structure will open up, which is this thing, folder structure opened, right? Oh, I didn't pass this step, actually. Attach and other options appeared, right? So that passed. Click on Choose File button, folder structure open, that's fine, that passed. Okay, select the file to be attached. So we're looking for that DOC file. DOC file for test case, right? Click on Open. Okay. The file name with extension will appear in the attached file, in the attached field, right? And that's fine, that's what happens here, right? We get that entire file path over here, right? File path for selected file appeared in the attach file, attach field, right? So that passed. Click on the Post button. Okay. And we see, click on Post button, topic, test post with .doc attachment, read one time, appears as a section heading, and the DOC file is available for download at the bottom of the post, which it is, right? So everything is good. So we can say topic, test post with .doc attachment, read one time, appeared, and the attached .doc file is present at the bottom of the post. Right? That's great. Close the browser. Okay. I closed. That passed. Right? And then, sorry. Now we're going to, what? Stop. You want to save changes into the test planning? Yeah, so I updated that step, right? So now when I'm stopping the test, it's asking me, do I want to save the changes into test planning? Yeah, I do. In this case, I want to. Okay? So I'm going to say yes, right? Now, come over here, click on Run. Okay, now again, now we're doing the XML, right? So step one, click on that link. Okay, well, I need to log in, right? Test user 1. Okay. And then I need to find action items submitted by students. Click on this link, right? And we can see that this appears, so that's fine. So I'll copy and paste this over here, and I'll say that appeared, right? So I'll pass that. Click on New Topic. Okay. So the Start New Topic page appeared, right? Enter a subject for the new post. What are we going to do? Test post with .xml attachment. Come over here, we can say that appeared in the subject field, right? Any questions on what I'm doing so far? No? All right, enter text in the body of the message. Okay. Just copy and paste that. This is a test post to verify that the forum accepts .xml attachments. Appeared in the body of the message. Okay. Click on attachments and other options. Okay. And again over here, choose file. So browse. Right. So we're going to click on the Browse button. And over here for this step right here, I forgot. Attach and other options appeared. Click on the Browse. So click on Browse. Folder structure opened up. That passed. Select the file to be attached. Okay. XML test file, right? And we click on Open. And the file name and path appeared in the Attach field, right? So that passed. Click on the Post button. Oh. Now what do we get? An error has occurred. XML test file.xml. You cannot upload this type of file. The only allowed extensions are this. Okay. So what do I say? Error message appears saying sorry. Just going to copy paste it. Okay. So what happens? This step failed. Right? Now what?
Log in error, right? Log a bug.
Screenshot.
I want to be able to reproduce. What if I made a mistake? What if I did XLM instead of XML? Right? What if I saved the file as a .xlm instead of a .xml? What if I made a mistake? I want to make sure that I didn't make a mistake, right? So before, I'm going to put this on hold, right? I'm going to put that whole thing on hold. I'm going to go back, right? And what am I going to do? I'm going to come, show the desktop, and I see this test file right here. Let's open this up, right? And I see it's an XML document. Okay, that's fine. So I know that I didn't make a mistake there. So let's come back. Come up here, browse, XML test file, open it again, right? Click on post. I still get the same thing. Okay. Maybe there's some issue with the way that I logged in or something. Let me try logging in again. So let's log out. I'm not doing anything with the test that's running in ALM right now. That's still there, and it's just waiting for me. Okay? So I'm going to log out. I'm going to log back in. Right? Okay. I'm going to follow the same steps. Okay, action items given by instructors, submitted by students. Here we go. SCLC, Quality Center, ALM. And I'm going to create a new topic, right? And what was it supposed to be? You guys remember? Test, post. Let's come back to Excel. Here we go. Test post with .xml attachment.
Still error if it's not a requirement?
Huh?
If it was not a requirement, is it still an error?
No, because if it's not part of the requirements, then why am I doing this?
Yeah.
Right? I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't part of the requirements.
Because it's not, right?
I added it to the requirements.
No, I mean...
The very first thing I did was I updated that requirement to say that it can also accept an XML file.
Okay.
Right? That's why I'm doing this.
Okay.
Right? All right, so test post, test post with XML attachment, right? And then, what's the body is supposed to say? This test post to verify that the form accepts. Okay, so I'll come back over here, paste it there. There's a test supposed to verify that the forum accepts .xml attachments, right? I'm going to come down, browse XML test file, okay? I'll open it, and I'll verify that this is the same file. XML test file.xml. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. All right, so now I'm going to post it again. And I still get that error. Yeah.
Is it because the form doesn't support the file?
Yeah, that's why. I did it purposely.
Oh.
Okay. Right? So I've been able to reproduce this error 3 times. Why do I say that this is an error? Well, no. I can reproduce it. That's what tells me, okay, I'm not making a mistake. Let's now log it. Okay, let's log it and assign it to a developer. Right? Yeah.
The expected results don't match the actual.
The expected results don't match the actual results. Right? That's what tells me that I have some sort of an issue. Right? Why did I put the XML thing here as part of my expected results? Why did I put this here? That this will be able to work. Why did I put it here in my test case that I can upload an XML file?
You want to show it what happens if it didn't work?
No, that's for the class. I'm talking about.
Because this is the requirement and the expected result of that is it should be like this.
Exactly. This is a requirement, right? This was a requirement, guys. Let's go back to ALM. Authenticated users can create a new post with an attachment, right? Over here, authenticated users can create a new post with an attachment that has a file extension of DOC, DOCX, ZIP, RAR, GIF, JPG, JPEG, MPG, XML. It's part of the requirement. That's why I created a test case to test that requirement. What am I doing? I'm testing against the requirements, right? Make sense?
Yeah.
So that's why I put it as part of my expected results in my test case. When I execute the test case, it doesn't match the expected results. That's what tells me that there's an error. Does that make sense, guys? If this was a negative test, we can also do it. We can create the same test case as a negative test, and we can see what happens there. I'll do that next. Okay? Rasikaria, if I upload filename.xml.doc, will it upload? Yes, it will, because the file extension is .doc. Okay, not XML. File extension is whatever the last 3 or 4 characters are at the end of the file name, after the last dot. That's the file extension. Okay. So because it's part of the requirements, I know that I'm testing against the requirements, and so the test case should pass because it should allow me to upload an XML file. Since it's not allowing me to upload an XML file, and I've tried to reproduce it 3 times, and I've successfully reproduced it 3 times, I can now log it as a defect. Is that clear?
Now the fun begins.
Sorry?
Now the fun begins.
Now the fun begins. Not for us, for the developers. Because we're about to tell them, hey, you guys messed up, right? Okay. So close the browser, no run. We don't need to run that. Now, new defect. You guys see that? There's a couple of different ways that we can log defects. One of them is during the test execution. Okay? There's a couple of different ways that we can log defects. One of them is during the test execution. Right? So we're going to come here, we're going to click on new defect. Oh, sorry. I'm going to highlight this step because that's the step that failed, right? And we're going to click on new defect. And we see here step 8 in the description, right? Let's maximize this. Okay, so we have step 8, right? Click the post button. Description, user will click on the post button. Expected result, topic, this thing, right? The actual result is error message appears saying an error has occurred, XML test file.xml. You cannot upload this type of file. The only allowed extensions are DOC and so on, right? That's what we put in the expected result. In the actual results, right? Now, we need to create this defect report. So what are we doing? Up here at the top, the summary, right? What are we going to say? We're going to say user is not able to upload XML files to the forum as an attachment, right? It's just clear and concise. That's what it is. They can't do it, right? Who are we going to assign it to? Do you see this? I don't remember who the developer was. So I'm going to come here and check this box, view by group. And then I see there's 2 people here in the developer group. So I'm going to open that up and I can see Bob and John. Right? So I'll assign it to Bob. Click OK. What just happened here?
Does tester do it or test lead does this?
Bob, double click it. Sorry. I'm sorry?
Who assigns, who decides which?
Okay, so that's a good question. Who assigns, so essentially, right, actually this is a good time to talk about the bug lifecycle, okay? So we have now just found the defect. We've verified that it was in fact a defect, right? We were able to reproduce it, right? Now what are we doing? We are going to assign it to the development team. Essentially, what is happening is the testing team is going to find a defect, and then the testing team will assign that defect to a developer to be worked on, to be fixed, right? The developer will fix it and send it back to the testing team, right? The testing team will do the retesting, right? Verify that the fix is working, that the defect is now fixed, and then close the defect. Essentially, this is the bug lifecycle. Okay? And I'm going to explain this in more detail in a little bit. Okay? But who actually assigns to the developer or to the development team? That depends on your organization. Okay? I've worked in organizations where me as a tester, I'm assigning the defect directly to the developer that's in charge. Okay? For that part of the application or for that requirement. Okay, I've also been involved in teams where the testers were assigning the defects to the test lead, right? The test lead was also doing verification, making sure that they're valid defects, and then the test lead was assigning the defect to the developer that was in charge of that requirement, right? I've been on projects where me as a tester am assigning it to the development lead, okay? And then the development lead is distributing the defects to their developers, however they want to distribute them. Okay, so all of this depends on your organization, but essentially the testing team will assign the defect initially to the development team, and then the development team will fix it and send it back to the testing team for retesting. Okay. That's how it goes. Who on the testing team will assign the defect to who on the development team, that depends on your organization. Is that clear?
Can you do again how we determine the defect? Sorry? How we determine the defect with again?
How I created this report, or? Oh,
for the defect.
How I got to this window, or?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. I have step 8, during test execution, right? During test execution, right, I have this step 8 that's failing. So I'm going to come here, and I see this new defect button, okay? I click on it. And I can see, because I had step 8 highlighted, I can see that it's specifying step 8, okay? And over here, what am I going to say? The summary. User is not able to upload an XML file as an attachment to a post. Right? I need to assign it. I'm going to assign it to a developer. I don't know from this list who the developer is. Right? I forgot. I'm going to come here, check this box, view by group. Now I can see the group for developers, I can see who is a developer. Bob and John are developers. So I'm going to double click on Bob. And I can see now that it's been assigned to Bob, right? It was detected by Jay, right? Environment. What environment are we in? We're in the QA environment right now, let's say, right? Severity. What do I mean here by severity? How serious the defect is, right? Severity is how serious the defect is, right? What is the degree of impact that this defect has on the application?
Low.
Okay. Low?
Medium.
Medium?
High.
Medium.
Medium.
Let's refer to test strategy.
If it needs to be a requirement, and it's part of those.
It is part of the requirement. That's why you have a defect.
So then it should be very high.
So any defect that's found that's against the requirements is very high?
No.
No.
It's defined by test plan,
Depends
right?
on like how it's going to affect the application.
Severity is defined in test plan or test
Severity,
strategy.
no. Severity is something that you will know. It's actually talked about as part of our scope. Okay.
Yeah.
It's also part. It's also defined in part in our test strategy, right? What happens is, how can we tell how serious this problem is? We need some sort of a context, right? We need some sort of context, okay? Users are not able to upload an XML file. How important is that? We can't tell just by looking at it, just from what we know, right? We might not be able to determine what the severity is. Testers do set the severity though, of a defect. Testers will set the severity, right? This understanding, this knowledge of what the severity level should be will come from practice and will come from experience, okay? Unfortunately, that's pretty much the best answer I can give you for what severity level to set. There are some clear-cut cases. For example, if a user is not able to log in, a valid user is not able to log in for some reason, right? Or that login button is not working. That's a major defect. That's an issue. That's a major issue, right?
For those major defects, we can choose the urgent one.
Right. We can choose urgent, very high. This list can be customized. Remember that. Okay. I don't think we customized this list. Okay. We could customize it. Okay. We can customize it to be whatever we want.
I think we did it in Concord.
I'm sorry? So, in this case, the fact that a user is not able to upload a certain file type, right, that I would say that that's a high severity, okay? Because users need to, if the requirement says that they're able to upload something, right, that means that they're uploading it for a certain reason, right? So that others generally, this is the forum, so that other people can use that attachment, can download that attachment and use it, right? And there will probably be a reason why XML files are one of the file types that should be able to be uploaded, right? Make sense? For example, I just mentioned a few minutes ago that when we talk about automation testing, we're going to be talking about XML and XML files, right? But we're not able to upload XML files on the forum. Okay? As part of your automation scripts, you guys are going to be creating XML files. Okay, that's one of the things that you're going to be doing, right? But you won't be able to upload those XML files. Okay? And that's going to end up being a hindrance, right? And right now it's not a big problem, but when we actually talk about automation testing and you have homework on this stuff to create an XML file and use it, right? It's going to be hard for you guys to upload these types of files, right? So it's going to be important that you guys know how to do it and that you guys are able to do something like this. That's why the severity is a high severity, okay? Because it can highly impact the users, Okay, not just the people that are uploading the attachments, but also the people that are going to need to be able to download those attachments. Does that make sense? Again, this type of what I've just explained here, right, it's a little subjective. Okay, it's going to be a lot clearer as you get more experience in this. Okay, that's really the best answer that I can give you of how you can determine what severity is. Okay, again, there are some clear-cut cases where if something absolutely just doesn't work and it has to work, that's going to be something like a showstopper, right? Like, for example, that login button not working. Okay, that's a showstopper. That would be something that's very high or urgent. Okay, but in this case, we'll set this as a high severity. Okay, let me finish this defect report and then we'll go to break. Okay. The status here will say that it's opened. So we're opening up a new defect, right? Actual fix time, I have no idea because it hasn't been fixed yet. Closed inversion, it hasn't been closed yet, so we can't do anything here. Closing date, it's not closed. Detected inversion, we don't have a list here for the version, so we can't specify this stuff. Issue type, it's a defect, right? We can say priority. Okay, so this is another big thing. Severity is how serious the problem is, right? Yeah. Priority is the order in which the defect will be fixed or worked upon. Severity is the impact of the defect on the application. Priority is the order in which the defect will be worked upon by the developers. Testers set the severity. Developers set the priority. Okay? Remember this, guys. Testers set the severity. Developers set the priority.
Why do we have a field if we can't set it?
Oh, because the developers are going to be coming into this thing as well, and they're going to be updating the priority, right? Oh, no, you need to put the right severity. Okay, Muhammad Abraham. You absolutely need to put the right severity. Again, like I said, determining what the right severity is will come from experience. So the more you practice, the more you see the different types of defects that can occur, you'll realize that this defect is not as severe as this defect. Okay, the color of the text is not as severe. It's not as big of an issue as the login button not working, for example. Okay. Yeah, Mohammed Abraham, that's what I'm talking about. If you put 3 or 4 or 5, there's a reason why you would put any one of those severity levels. Okay, so it has to be accurate. Okay. Can the dev team change the severity level? No. The development team cannot change the severity level, just like the testing team cannot change the priority level. Okay? We are the ones that are testing the application, so we're telling the developers how serious of an issue this is, right? The development team, they're the ones that are going to be fixing the issues, so they're going to determine in what order they're going to fix the issues. We can't tell them how to do their job or when to do it, right? Same way they can't tell us what we think is a serious issue, what we think is not a serious issue. Okay? All right. Severity, so priority. What are we going to put over here? Nothing. Because developers don't set this. Testers do not set the priority, right? Okay, reproducible. Yes or no? Yes, it was, right? Project, we don't have anything here. Subject, we can put over here if we wanted to. Which requirement we're talking about? With an attachment, right? We can say that there. Okay, if we wanted to. Okay, now, are we done? No. Remember, guys, we want to be able to provide as much detail about the issue as we possibly can to the developers. Okay? One of the things that we want to try to input are the steps to reproduce. Okay? Log in with valid credentials, access to SDLC, Quality Center, ALM, forum section by clicking on the appropriate link in the action items CVMI submitted by students section, right? Click on new post. Or what was the next step? Enter a subject, enter a message in the body. 5. Click on, what was it, attachments? Click on attachments and other options. Attachments and other options. 7. Click on browser, or click on browse. Select the XML file from the folder structure. Click on post. Okay? These are the steps to reproduce that error, right? What else do I want to have here? I want to take a screenshot of this. I want to be able to show the developer where exactly I am in the application, what the error message exactly looks like, right? How do I do that? I come over here to attachments, right? And you see this little camera right here? Snapshot, right? And what's going to happen is this window pops up, and it says drag and drop the camera icon to one of the windows on your desktop to capture it. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to click, and I have not released my mouse yet. Okay, I'm still holding down the mouse button. Okay, I can move it around, but I'm still holding down the mouse button, right? And I'm going to bring that down over there and release. Okay? As soon as I release, this comes up, and I can see this is a picture, right? I can zoom in, I can zoom out, right? I can attach. Don't forget, don't take the picture, zoom in, zoom out, and then close the window. Okay? Attach is down here at the bottom. We'll click on that, and we see it here. Okay? Is that cool?
The camera was in the new defect?
Same thing here. In this field, in this window, new defect field, new defect window, I'll just come over to attachments and click on this. Okay? I can save this screenshot on my computer if I wanted to as well. Right? All I did, I came over here, clicked on Save As, put it on my desktop, save it, right? And now it's saved on my desktop. Yeah? If I have some other document, let's say if I took a screenshot on my own. Where did it go? I thought it was saved to my desktop. This thing lied to me. Documents and settings. Okay. All right. See documents and settings. Administrator. Desktop. Oh, it's playing hard to find. Okay. Desktop QC snapshot.jpg. Interesting.
What if you refresh your desktop?
That shouldn't. No? Yeah. Oh. Okay. Let's try this again. What's going on now? Okay. So my computer's going on break. That's fine. Oh, okay, let's go to break. Yeah. All right. Be back guys at 3:30, 3:45. I'm going to try to fix my computer here, guys. So if you see me doing anything, don't worry. We're going to start again at 3:45. Okay, guys? All right, guys.
Yeah. Jay, I think you found a bug in ALM.
Really?
Yes.
What bug did I find?
It wouldn't paste to your desktop.
I think that was an issue with the VMware, not ALM.
With the operator?
With ALM, yeah, sorry, with the VMware. Okay. So let me try this one more time. I'm going to save as QA snapshot 12 JPG. It's going on my desktop. I'm going to save it. Okay. And I'm going to go to my desktop, and it's still not going to be here. Okay. But anyways, I can see it if I can open it up over here. Really?
I think there's a bug in ALM.
Oh man. That's fine. All right. Anyway, so we can attach. We attached the screenshot there, right?
Can we tell the same way, like print screen over here and then go and
then upload it. Yeah, we can also do that as well. Okay. And click OK. And let's stop the run. Do you want to save the changes? Yes, I changed that browse button there. And now let's go to our defect, and we see that this defect has been created. Defect ID is 1, right? That's something that's auto-populated, auto-generated by ALM, right? We can see the description here, right? We can scroll over, detected by J, detected on this day, QA environment, issue type is a defect, right? And yeah, okay, so we can see all this information here, right? And we can also see down here, we see the description. This is what I input into the thing when I created the defect, right? We have the steps to reproduce here, right? We have attachments. I can double click on it and really.
Yeah, you look at the kilobytes, it says 0.
Interesting. All right. So what I can do, if I wanted to, I can come in, take another screenshot. Let's open that up. Okay. Attach. Okay. Yeah, but even in that other field, in that other window, it was saying 96 kilobytes. Yeah, it was. Anyways, let's delete this. Yes. Okay, let's double click on that. Now I can see this. Okay. And now I can also save this. And there we go. Okay. So now that's working. So that's interesting. It wasn't working there when it should be. Okay. So here we can see the screenshot. Linked entities. We can see linked entity 1028. It's linked to this step, right? So this defect is linked to, what is this 1028? Let's look at this. It's linked to this run in the test lab section. It's linked to this run instance and this step, right? You guys see that? Let's go back to our defect. Okay, so it's all linked over here. If we look at the requirements, let's refresh this. Did we not map the requirements here? Oh, you know what? We didn't map these test cases. We did not map these test cases. Do you see what I was trying to go for was, you see how this says passed, right? Yeah. because that test case is mapped to this requirement, right? So we can see just by looking at that requirement, we can see that it's being passed, right? The reason it's not showing up here, it says not covered, is because we haven't done the requirement mapping. How do we do that? We come over here to our test plan section. We select that test case, requirement coverage, select requirement, forum activities, forum posts, can create a new post with an attachment, right? Bring it over. What about this one, XML? It's the same requirement, right? Bring it over. Cool? You can close that.
But it came over here only once.
It's one time under the DOC, one time over here with an XML, right? And now, requirements, we can see, let's refresh this, failed, right? Let's double click on this, we can look at test coverage, and you can see that one of them passed and one of them failed, right? In order for the whole thing for the entire requirement to say pass, all of it must pass. All the test cases that are associated with that requirement must pass, right? We can see that one of the test cases passed, which is the DOC test case, right? And one of them failed, which is the XML test case, right? Is that clear?
Overall, the requirement failed.
Overall, the requirement has failed because that one test case that's associated to that requirement has failed, right? Okay. Link defects. We cannot link defects over here. We can link an existing defect like this, right? If I know the defect ID, which is 1, we can link that, and we have that over here, right?
So what does link defect do?
We're just linking that defect with that requirement.
Okay.
Right? Okay. So we have test sets, right? We have 2 different test sets. One has passed, right? One has just one test case which has passed. The other one has 2 test cases. One test case has passed, one test case has failed, right? Okay. And we have created a defect. We have what? So this actually, what ended up happening was it created another defect over here. Where are we? Another instance over here. That same defect is now linked to 2 different things. It's linked to that test case, and it's linked to that requirement. Right? Is this clear, guys? Okay. Let's go back to this document here. So we've done a bunch of stuff here. So we prepared the MS Excel sheets for design steps, right? We did that. We exported the design steps, right? Imported the test cases in the test set. We did that. Execute the test sets in the test lab section. We did that. Log defects in the test lab section. We haven't done that. Actually, we did log defects in the test lab section. Now, we do the logging the defects in the test lab section when we're executing the defects. When we're executing the test cases, and we come across a defect, we can log the defect during the test execution, right? Logging a defect in the defect section. What does that mean? That means simply coming here, right? What we can do is we can say, see, testers do not have the ability to delete a defect, right? They don't have permission to do that, right? I can delete this defect, right? If I was a project admin, probably I could delete that defect. Okay.
Not even test lead can delete it?
Sorry?
Test lead?
Probably not. Okay, probably not. A test lead probably should not be able to delete. How many test cases will we run in a day? That's hard to answer. Reason is that it can vary. Okay. It just depends on what it is that you need to get done. You can execute a good 50, 60 test cases in a day. Okay. but it just depends on how complex those test cases are, how many steps are involved in those test cases, and so on. Okay. What's the difference between a test set and a test suite? Realistically, there's not much difference. Test suite is simply a collection of tests that go together, that logically go together. Test set is something within the test lab section, right, which is simply a collection of tests that need to be executed together. Okay, so they're very similar. Okay. All right. So let's say if we wanted to create a new defect here in the defect section, okay, in the defect module, we wanted to create a new defect, right? We come here, click on new defect, okay, and we get the same exact window that we had before. But the difference is we don't have all that information that we had before, when we were executing the test, right? Before, we created that defect, we logged that defect during the test execution, right? Which means that that defect is automatically mapped to that test case and that test step, right? But now we're creating a brand new defect, right? It's not linked to anything. We're going to have to map it ourselves, okay, to the appropriate test case or the appropriate requirement, right? And we have to provide all that information, all that description over here. Does that make sense? So let's do that. Let's say we're going to create the same defect, okay? User cannot upload an XML file as an attachment, okay, on the PNT forum. And this time, do you remember who the developers were? John. This time, let's assign it to John, right? And the environment was QA. Severity, let's say, is high. Status, we'll say, is open. And reproducible, yes. So now, what are we going to do? Well, let's have a small description here.
So we have to write it here by ourselves?
Yeah, we're going to write everything here by ourselves. Users are not able to upload attachments with the file extension .xml. Okay. When making a new post on the PNT forum, right? We can also have the steps to reproduce. We can say one login to forum with valid credentials. Step 2, navigate to SDLC Quality Center ALM section. Oh, sorry. Yeah, section under the action items submitted by students section, right? 3, click on new post, click on new topic, right? New topic, enter a subject and body of the message. 6, click on attachments and other options. 6, click on browse. Click, select the appropriate XML file to be uploaded, to be attached, and then click on post, right? pretty much it. And we can come back here, attachments. Let's see if this works here. Snapshot. Sorry. Again, I'm going to click. I'm still holding down my mouse, right? And I let it go. I click on attach. And we see that it says 96 kilobytes here. So let's see. Hopefully it works out. Okay. And now we click on submit. And we see here defect 2 added, successfully added. And we can close this. And now we have defect number 2. The issue type I didn't specify, but I can do it now. Oops, sorry. I didn't specify, but I can do it now. I can say it's a defect, right? Open the subject, authenticated user item attached. I didn't put that there, right? The summary is the same thing, right? But you see here, so I have the description here, right? And I have this attachment here, right? That I can see the screenshot here, okay? Linked entity, it's not linked to anything, right? It's not linked to anything here, okay? So let's come, all right. Link existing defect. So now what we're going to do, right, is in our test lab section, right, link defects. So the same test case that failed, right? We're going to come here and click on link defects, right? And again, link existing defect, right? Defect ID, if we know the defect ID, we're going to put it in and we're going to say link. And now that defect is now linked to this test case. Is that clear? And now when we refresh this, right, we have here, linked entities. Okay? Log defect in the defect section. That's what we just did. Is that clear? Attach a screenshot as an attachment for the defect. Yeah, we got that. Screenshot using snapshot. We did that. Track and filter the defect in the defect section. All this is talking about is over here, right? If we put in the defect ID of 2, we're just able to filter through the defects. Okay. If I say assign to, I can say Bob, right, and say OK, and I'll get all the defects that are assigned to Bob. You see that? If I want to see all the defects that were created today, I'll select today's date, and I can see today. Make sense? Okay, so I can filter through these things over here.
What's the difference of snapshot and screenshot?
Same thing. In ALM, it's called a snapshot, that's all.
Oh, so these two things, 21 and 22 are the same thing?
Oh yeah, pretty much. Okay. All right, enter comments in the comments section after retesting the bug, like retest pass. Okay. So, what have we done up till now?
Okay, we create the test, we design test steps, we execute them, we log the defect.
Okay. So we had the requirements, we converted them into test cases, right? We designed those test cases, right? We created those test steps and all that stuff. Then we executed those test cases, right? As we were executing, we came across a defect, and so we logged that defect, right? That's what we've done so far. Is that clear? Now, we enter what's called the bug life cycle. Okay? So let's talk about this. Okay. So the first thing that's going to happen, right, is the tester will detect a bug, right, and log that bug as a defect in ALF. Yes? Then, after that, the tester will assign the defect to a developer with the status of new, or sorry, open. Okay? With the status of open. Status equals. Okay?
Difference of new and open.
It's a new defect. It hasn't been assigned to anyone. Now it's open and it's been assigned.
So when it's assigned, then it becomes open.
Okay? Then the developer will review the defect that is assigned. That is assigned to him or her, right? And they can either accept, reject, or defer. Okay? Sorry? Sorry?
Never mind. I'm actually not sure whether or not I'm right. I thought you had the spelling correct the first time.
D-E-F-E-R-R-E.
Oh, yeah, no, it's D-E-F-F-E-R, I think. Okay. Okay.
I was doubting myself mid-question. No, it's 2 R's.
2 R's?
Yeah, 1 S, 2 R's.
Really? That looks weird.
Well, the past tense is deferred with 2 R's and 1 S.
Oh, no, you gotta look at present tense.
Yeah, I'm looking at that too, but that's only
ED.
1 S, 1 F, 1 R. Yeah. Okay.
Let's just do it like this. Alright? Okay. So the developer will review the defect that's assigned to him or her. They're going to accept it, reject it, or defer it. Right?
Which is 1 S, defer.
Meaning they're going to say it's a valid bug. What? Oh, you too?
1 F, 1 R.
1 F, 1 R?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. It's a valid bug. Okay. Alright, good. So, defer. This means it's a valid bug, right? But they're going to work on it later. Okay? It's a valid bug, but they're going to work on it later. That's what they're saying. Okay? Here, developer will work on it now. Here, developer will not work on it. That's it. They rejected it. Okay? Assuming they accept the bug and start working on it, and work on fixing it, they being assuming the developer accepts the bug and works on fixing it, right? Then after fixing the bug, developer will assign the defect bug to the tester. Status will be fixed, ready for retesting. Okay? And these statuses are not fixed. Okay, these statuses can be anything. It depends on the organization. All right? The tester will retest the defect, meaning tester will execute the same failed test case again to verify that the bug has been fixed. Okay? Retesting involves testing again the same test case using the same test data and the same test steps. Okay? Everything is exactly the same. Nothing is changing. Okay? And then, assuming the retesting has passed, meaning the defect was fixed, right? Then the tester will change the status of the bug to closed. Okay? And the status of the test case of the previously failed test case will be passed. Okay? I will be posting all these notes up on the forum, so you guys don't have to worry about writing this stuff down. Okay?
My question is, one basis case under a case case. When we had to go back and do the forward again, or you just pointing that particular basis this steps?
No, you're executing the entire test case again. That's what retesting is.
Oh, really?
Yes, you're executing the entire test case again.
In manual, I think there is simple. You already tested the place. You have 7 test cases. The one of them is failed.
Nope.
You have to
everything from the very beginning. Yes, you test the entire test case. You execute the entire test case from the very beginning. You don't skip anything. Okay? All right. We can say, assuming the retesting failed, meaning the defect still exists, right? The tester will reassign the defect back to the developer, who will fix it again and send it back for retesting to the tester. Okay? Now this looks a little convoluted, right? The way that all this text and everything. I think I showed this in class last time. Something like this, right?
Yeah.
You guys all see that? This is it. So we're starting over here. Okay, the defect. We're all whatever this is in the boxes. These are all the defect statuses as they're going through the bug lifecycle. Okay, so it starts off as new, the status of the bug, right? Then it's assigned to the developer, so it's open now, right? Over here, the developer can either reject it or defer it, right? If they do accept the defect, right, they're going to fix it, and then they're going to assign it back to the tester, right? If the test fails, the retesting fails, then it's going to be reopened and it's going to be back over here to the developer, right? They're going to work on it, they're going to test it again. This right here, right? This can happen a couple of times, okay, before the developers get it right, okay? Once they get it right and the retesting passes, then the defect is verified and it's closed. Is that clear? It's very important that you guys understand this. If you guys have any questions, please let me know.
There's never really a case where they reject it.
Oh no, they can definitely reject it.
Why would they reject it?
Why would they reject it? If I log a defect and say that the forum doesn't accept .doc files, it's not a valid defect, right? It works. That functionality is present, and it works, right? So they would reject that defect. Okay. Generally, what would happen is they'll reject a defect because they don't feel like it's part of the testing scope. Okay, and so that's why they'll reject it. And this is actually why this right here, the fact that the developers can reject the defects, right, is one reason why there's a lot of professional animosity between testers and developers. You might laugh, but it's true. There's a lot of professional animosity between developers and testers. Okay, they don't get along on a professional level. Okay, and they're not supposed to either. Okay, because the developers, they're doing work, and the testers are there to check their work. They cannot be friends. Okay, they cannot be friends.
But there's just different challenges right now.
You can. There are ways that you would challenge this. There's ways that you would go about challenging. If the developer has rejected it, you can move that issue up to their manager or something like that. There's other things that we can do, which we'll talk about later on in the course. Okay? Okay. Right. So this cycle right here, between the developer fixing it, doing the retesting, and if the retesting fails, we're reopening it and sending it back to the developer. This can happen many times, okay? And this will continue happening until either the developer rejects the defect, right, or the retesting passes, okay? But it'll keep happening. The cycle here will continue to happen, okay? All right. Okay, reassigning a defect a second time if the retesting failed. Do we assign it back to the same developer, or do we assign it to a different developer? Generally, you're going to assign it back to the same developer. Okay, you're going to assign it back to the same developer. Okay, is this clear, guys? That's it. Okay. As part of the notes, I'm going to upload this stuff right here, and I'll upload that photo as well.
You're going to upload the Excel steps that you
I will upload the Excel, the test kit. Actually, let me save that right now. It's already there. I think I already saved it also. Okay.
And step 2.
Okay. So entering the comments, we can do that. Oh, no, I did all that, but I didn't talk about the comments. Over here. Comments, right? Great.
Bye-bye.
Okay, what?
So we have to do.
Oh, man. Okay. So over here for this defect, right, what we can do is we can come in, click on Add Comment, right, and your username and the date will show up here. Okay? And you can say log new defect, status, is, what's the status of this defect? Okay. Okay. And we can actually come here and say, yeah, open this one. We could have assigned over there. If we had assigned as part of that list, we would assign it, have that status as assigned to, right? Status is open, okay? And is assigned to John, right? Yep, assigned to John. Okay? And that's it. Cool. So we can add any kind of update that we would have, anything. We want to add a comment here to this defect, we can put that over here by coming and clicking on Add Comment. Okay? And we just talked about the bug lifecycle. Okay. Generate the graphs and reports. We will talk about all of these things here tomorrow. Test to execute. And this stuff we're not going to do. Okay? But yeah, these reports and graphs and things like that we'll talk about tomorrow. All right, guys?
There are two things we left in the site admin and project admin.
We left?
Yeah, like, not here.
Sorry?
Yeah.
And the site admin, project admin?
Yeah.
What do we leave in the site admin, project admin? I don't have the colored version over here anymore. Yeah.
Maybe this one.
We went through everything, I thought.
Number 9.
Number 9. Yeah, what's in red we're not gonna go over. Yeah, whatever's in red. Okay. Okay, guys. Any other questions here? So we're leaving it off over here on number 26. I'll give you guys the homework assignment tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow at the end of class. When you were exporting test cases from Excel, you selected test. Well, what will happen if we select requirements? So we can, just like we can upload, we can export from Excel the test cases and import them into ALM. We can do the same thing for requirements and defects as well. Okay, and it's the same concept. We would have the same fields that would show up in the requirement when we're creating a new requirement, right? We would do the same thing when we're working with when we're trying to import requirements into Excel. Okay, so all those would still be the column headings. We would still do the mapping like we did, right? Where for test case we had the subject and the test name. That's column A, column B, and so on, right? It's the same concept as when we're doing it with the requirements. Okay. Okay. How to do the homework? One more time. I will. Okay. Guys, it's very important that you guys understand this. Homework 1, homework 2, you guys submitted the way I asked you to. That's fine. Don't worry about it. But from now on, okay? From now on, what you need to do to submit the homework, right? You will email homework@peopleandtech.com. Okay? You'll email peopleandtech at homework@peopleandtech.com. Okay? Okay? The subject of the email must be your username as it appears on the forum. Okay? Okay? And then space, homework 3 or quiz 1, whatever it might be. Quiz 2 next week, right? Does that make sense? How do you find this username as it appears on your forum? All you need to do is you need to go to the forum, okay? And you see when you log in, it says, hey, and then it says this right here, right? Whatever I've highlighted here, that is what you need to have in your subject. Okay? For me, it says 0037AD underscore 0501VA underscore Jitendra Mathur. That's my username as it appears on the forum. Okay? Someone else, I'm just going to take a random, what's your user ID, your number?
1472.
1472. That's fine. This one?
Yeah.
This, when she logs in, it's going to say this over here. Okay? 1472 underscore VA underscore Chaudhry Mahmood. Right? That's what's going to come up over here. Copy and paste this entire thing the way this is over here. Okay, it does. It must be like this, in this format. Okay?
Hey Jay, previously you had told us to only write our first name.
I understand. I understand what I told you previously.
Going forward.
Going forward, this is how you do it. Okay?
And then we should be expected to receive our grade by the end of today.
By tonight, yeah. I hope. Yeah, that's what my expectations are. Everyone should be graded by tonight.
Just for quiz, right?
For quiz, homework 1, don't expect the grade back. I will figure out a way to get you guys the grades. Okay? Just because you submitted it on the forum, right? But for quiz 1, as long as you emailed homework at People in Tech, you emailed them you responded on time, you should receive a grade. Okay?
When are we scheduled to try to use
Homework is
originally said Thursday.
yeah. He wants no, I understand. He wants Wednesday. CEO wants Wednesday at midnight. Okay. Yeah. It's not that I'm not going to normally take off points for late submissions. So if you submit it Thursday night or something, that's fine. But don't if it was due on Thursday or due on Wednesday and you submit it and you're submitting it now, that's a little too late. Okay?
How about like system was crashed?
If the forum is down or something like that, then I'll know about it.
My system was crashed, everything, what I was doing. So just I did 3 steps and everything crashed.
Okay. That's fine. I mean, send me an email and we'll figure something out. Okay? But you must follow this format to submit. Okay? So from now on, in order to receive credit or in order to receive a grade, right, you must follow this format for submission. Otherwise, you will not get a grade. You will not get credit for the work that you do. Okay? So please make sure that you're following this format for submission. Okay?
So generally, it's okay if we submit it before class starts? Because this past week I was able to finish until Friday evening.
Okay. No. I want it by Wednesday at midnight. I'll accept it by Thursday, but I do want it by Wednesday at midnight, the homework. Okay?
I mean, just, yeah.
Yeah.
Just this 1 week, I
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
Grades is going to be for homework and for the quiz tonight?
You will, no. So homework 1, once again, homework 1, I have to figure out how I can get you your grades. Okay? Just because you submitted it on the forum, right?
The second homework, the one we just did.
Homework 2, you emailed it, so you should be getting a grade. You'll probably get that grade next week.
Next week,
Okay?
With the software, and if I haven't turned in the homework assignment, is it just too late to do right now?
No, I still want you to do it. Okay? Still do it, get that practice in. Okay? And submit it. Okay? Yeah. But so homework 1, I'm not sure how I'm going to get you the grade. I'm going to try to. Okay? But quiz, homework 2, quiz 1, as long as you guys email homework at People in Tech, you guys should be getting a grade. Okay? And I'm going to try to make sure that it happens by tonight. Okay? And homework 2 grades will be posted, will be sent out by next week. Probably next Friday or Saturday.
Oh.
Okay?
So why don't we submit the homework up to before the start of new class, the next class?
Because we need time to start grading, even when you submit it. Because the reason that I asked you to do it by Wednesday is so that I can look at the things and look at the common mistakes and talk about those common mistakes in the next class.
But in case if something happens and we submit it Thursday, fine?
I'll look at it and everything, but I do want it by Wednesday at midnight. Okay? Okay, guys, look, 1 second. Are there any other questions? Amar, for those of us, no, the red colored lines, that's the ALM UFT connectivity. If you remember, I had that special class at the end of the UFT class from the previous batch where I talked about it. I wasn't able to do the actual connectivity though. If I get a chance to, I will try to do that, okay, with this batch. Yeah, Abdul Khan, you're going to be given the homework tomorrow. There's not going to be a lab. Vivek, I saw your emails. I'll respond to you, Vivek. Okay? I brought to the 0037AD, that is simply my username. That's all it is. Okay? Your username will be different. Okay, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow, okay?
Oh, sorry.
All right, take care, guys.